Chapter 1666. Lichia smiled at the astounded Guzun. Yes, just like your imagination, you have always been able to open the treasury. Your blood is the key. No, it's impossible. Guzun turned slightly pale, finding it hard to accept this truth. Remember, he has been working on this treasury for a long time without being able to open it. Back then, the Black Dragon King and Immortal Emperor Qian Li personally watched it on top of another augmentation by Immortal Emperor Yin Tian. It was understandable that he didn't have an opening. But now the real answer was that he, himself, was the key. It was too much for him to take. Try and see. Lichia smiled again. Guzun took a deep breath and tried to regain his calm demeanor. Nevertheless, his expression was still slightly awkward since he already knew the answer. He walked in front of the old mottled entrance and took a deep breath before stretching out his finger. A drop of blood flowed into the lock while his finger was quivering. Creak dash after his blood drop entered the lock. The heavy door slowly opened with exquisite movements. He seemed to be struck by lightning and took a step back, paled. The answer was finally confirmed. In the past, he had tried multiple times to find a method of entry or sneaking in. However, this place was created by the hardest material in the world, sealed by the most fortified method with emperors, and guarded by the Black Dragon King and the others. This impregnable treasury was out of reach even for an Ionic genius like him. It was simply impossible to open. He had dreamt about entering many times, but now, it was right before him, yet he felt fear and didn't dare to enter. Since you have planned for so long, why not go have a look? Lichia said slowly as Guzun was frozen at the entrance. Guzun took a deep breath and stepped inside the treasury despite knowing the answer. He chose to face it because he was not a weak coward. There were no immortal lights in the treasury or the hymns of divine weapons, no beautiful armors either. It was a completely empty treasury. Guzun turned pale inside the treasury. He trembled despite his best effort to calm himself. The treasury he coveted so much has always been empty. Not even in his dream would he ever have expected such a thing. Lichia didn't sneer at him and simply watched quietly. In the end, Guzun regained his composure. His pale face had its color returned. He couldn't help but smile. That's your excellency for you. I am but a child compared to you in terms of scheming. Using the most precious metal to create a treasury and made all of these big shots stand on guard just for it to be empty. It was a very forced smile, even uglier than crying. So you have schemed against me from the beginning, even before you taught me cultivation. I was naive enough to think that you were earnest in that endeavor. So I was listed in your list of traitors from the start. He smiled bitterly. You're off there. Lichia shook his head. I didn't teach you for the sake of it. If I didn't want to, you think the Black Dragon King could have convinced me otherwise? That's right, this treasury was created because of you in the beginning. It is not only because of your natural disposition towards betrayal. More importantly, it is because you are one of the 10 Ionic geniuses, such a rare and precious aptitude. Even though I don't really care for talents, I didn't wish to see you being wasted before me. This treasury is only a test for you. Despite your great talents, you ultimately failed the test. You thought your current Tao heart is unyielding, but you couldn't resist the temptation. He continued on. I was vigilant against you not because of your disposition but because you couldn't resist temptation from the start. I have seen countless geniuses and even the Ionic ones. When a genius can't resist temptation, then he won't be bringing good fortune to the 9 worlds, only calamities. In the end, you are still correct. Guzun smiled. Lichia stared at him and said flatly, Do you know why I still haven't killed you? It is not only because of your brother-in-law but because you have still been able to protect your Tao heart to a certain extent. At the very least, you didn't cross the line and experimented with the ancient Ming. That's why I didn't kill you yet. I am honored. Guzun respectfully said. You won't turn back and will keep continuing on this path. Lichia added. You still won't spare me. What begins must end, right, Your Excellency? Guzun had finally calmed his emotions at this moment. All of this doesn't matter at this point. It is destined to happen. Lichia gently shook his head. Guzun smiled back. Then I have no regrets. Having a pursuit is necessary for one's life. Being able to oppose you is the happiest thing in my life. My greatest achievement. After the destruction of the ancient Ming, how many people have actually dared to truly take you on? I am insignificant compared to you. However, even if I'm only an ant, I want to be one that does not know its limit, one that doesn't want to submit to your wish, Your Excellency. Quite courageous. Li Jie smiled and shook his head. Everyone wants something different. If your pursuit is to oppose me, then I can't do anything else but kill you. I know. Gu Zun didn't become alarmed and said, if you want to see my ace card, then follow me. He disappeared afterward. Li Jie smiled and disappeared as well. He crossed through space and gave chase. In the next second, the two of them emerged above a vast sea. This was still the Grand Sea, but it was in the southernmost area. This desolate region rarely had visitors and was without any lineage. The tides here were fierce and violent, as if the sea itself was enraged. Your Excellency, this sea region is familiar, right? Gu Zun smiled and said. Rumble. The sea split and became chaotic. It looked like a portal was opening from below and 9 gigantic figures came out. Their aura rampaged like a terrible primal flood. They immediately blotted out the sky and took away light from this region. The sea only made it up to their knees. One crush alone could annihilate the entire realm. They were all monsters with different forms. One had a large fish body and a tiny human head. One more had the body of a 5-clawed flood dragon. Another one had a large shell on its back and resembled a clam. They resembled sea monsters but didn't have the same aura. The 9 instantly surrounded Li Jie while Gu Zun stayed outside. Your Excellency, are you familiar with these 9 friends too? Gu Zun smiled and said. How can I forget the 9 sea kings? Li Jie chuckled after seeing them. Gentlemen, here's your old friend, His Excellency, Dark Crow. Gu Zun smiled and said, this is the man who suppressed you all at the bottom of the sea. His Excellency had gotten back his body in this generation. It's time for vengeance. The 9 monsters immediately became serious. Their eyes shined like the sun in the sky and illuminated the region. Everyone would be horrified by this terrible scene. Chapter 1667. Li Jie chuckled after seeing the 9 gigantic monsters. He didn't care at all, even though the 18 eyes were shining on him like 18 suns. It had no effect on him. Dark Crow. The monster's voice struck like thunder, causing the world to quake. Even god kings would be terrified because of them. You think they can trap me? Li Jie cheerfully smiled at Gu Zun standing outside. I know it is difficult to trap you, Your Excellency. Gu Zun smiled back. But at the very least, this will be more enemies for you. I trust that the 9 sea kings will trouble you quite a bit since they want revenge from back then. People would be scared out of their mind to hear their titles. They used to be legendary monsters that once ravaged the mortal emperor world several generations ago. They were rumored to be from the Grand Sea, similar to sea monsters but not part of that tribe. Their real origin was unknown, but they were immensely powerful after appearing and completely unpredictable. Not too many could oppose them in this world. They became even stronger during Immortal Emperor En Tion's generation, and frequently traveled around the Grand Sea. There would be a great storm each time that robbed the peace from the region. Later on, the emperor fought against the 9 of them. These kings were strong to an unbelievable level and actually managed to stop the emperor, then escaped. In fact, after the emperor's fight, the Dark Crow had sent several people to find them. However, they were too elusive to be found. Eventually, the storm and tsunami caused by them truly enraged the Dark Crow. He ordered his generals and even came in person. Finally, he captured and sealed all 9 of them beneath this sea region. As the Dark Crow's enemy, Gu Zun had always thought about how to free them. His effort didn't betray him. After several careful observations, he found that the seal was weakening. Because of this, he tried his best to release the seal and the 9 monsters in order to fight against their common enemy, the Dark Crow. Why do you assume that they're my enemies? Li Jie cheerfully smirked. Is this not the case? Gu Zun's expression changed. He didn't have the same confidence as before after the treasury incident. Your Excellency. The 9 monsters dropped down to one knee. Their body as large as amazing pillars bowed towards Li Jie. Rise, you all have been sealed long enough. It is all in the past now. Li Jie nodded. You. Gu Zun was astounded and stumbled backward. At this time he stared at Li Jie in horror. You tricked me again. Not quite. Li Jie shook his head. I didn't do this to scheme against you. It is all a coincidence. Remember, you weren't born yet when the 9 kings were in this world. At this moment, The 9 sea kings surrounded Guzun instead. One of them said, "Brat, you are indeed very smart. Unfortunately, you don't know our origin. Your intelligence has betrayed you. You lot conspired together." Guzun felt himself being tricked completely. He thought that he was releasing some powerful enemies against Li Qie, and didn't expect for them to be friends. Li Qie shook his head again. "No, I have been chasing and eventually imprisoned them. This is true. However, I have also done them a favor. There is no grievance here. You also knew of this, so you assumed that they are my enemies. I was also certain that you would come to find them, so I casually gave them an order. The truth is that ever since you opened the seal, they have been watching over the Grand Sea and keeping an eye on you." He smiled and added, "It's funny, your intelligence and scheming are hurting you now. Brat, His Excellency has given us a new life. You think we would actually work together with you?" One of the Sea Kings laughed. So it turned out that the 9 kings were juniors who have escaped from the Crystal Fowl Immortal Mine. Their branch was suppressed and cursed by the high heaven, so they couldn't appear in this world. Nevertheless, the 9 were powerful and clever enough. After escaping, they severed their bloodline and turned into these monsters. Alas, despite losing their bloodline, they were still strong, so they caused quite a stir at the mortal emperor world. However, they didn't come out for hegemony or anything, only to play around. Li Qie had promised the pheasant to look for them. That's why he started chasing after them. However, the 9 kings knew that Li Qie wanted to capture them, so they were very elusive and would run at the first sign of trouble. Unfortunately, certain things couldn't be avoided. Even though they have severed their bloodline, they were still creatures not allowed to come into being. They failed to erase the aura of their race. Thus, during the generation of immortal Emperor En Tian, the heavenly curse and suppression returned in the form of a lightning tribulation assaulting them. This was the reason why there would be a great storm each time they appeared in the Grand Sea. They didn't want to cause trouble. It was due to the curse. Li Qie then personally took action and surrounded them with his legion. He didn't only suppress them but also sealed them completely. His sealing technique allowed them to escape the curse from the high heaven. Guzun was aware of this story, but he didn't know of the 9 kings' origin. That's why he released them in the first place. He didn't expect for them to owe the Dark Crow a great debt. The people he thought were his allies turned out to be the ones keeping an eye on him the whole time. This turned his expression quite unsightly. "Looks like I'm still no match for you in terms of scheming and experience." Guzun took a deep breath and had to admit. In fact, he was well aware of this beforehand, but he still wanted to give it a shot. He couldn't accept defeat without trying. Thinking that he was inferior to the Dark Crow was unacceptable. For him, he would never give up until the Dark Crow shatters his confidence completely at the very last moment. Li Qie commented, "This is just because there are many things you don't know. You're talented enough. Just need more time and experience. Alas, you have chosen the wrong path." One of the 9 kings bellowed with a laughter. "Brat, you are very smart indeed, able to comprehend and break the seal. Unfortunately, it's your unlucky day. Now, we're just waiting for His Excellency to give the command, to throw you into the eye of the sea or to kill you." Guzun took one step back after hearing this. He was very mighty as well, but he had some qualm against fighting characters of the 9 kings level. If the 9 were to fight together, it would be even more devastating. This was the reason why he wanted to team up with them against the Dark Crow. He regained his composure and smiled. "I'm sure His Excellency isn't in a rush to kill me right now." Li Qie stared at him in response. "Guzun, you are still so confident, not panicking in this situation. That's indeed impressive. I am full of regrets, lamenting the waste of your talents. Who I am today is due to your guidance and training. If I can't do this much, how can I replace you in the future?" He smiled. Li Qie replied, "Guzun, want to know something? Even if I spare you in this generation, someone else will kill you if you don't change your way." "I know who you are referring to, Your Excellency." Guzun calmly responded, "When brother-in-law sealed me back then, he warned me that if I don't repent, he will personally kill me. I don't question his ability, only his determination. Even if he comes back to life, he still won't be able to do it. That's his weakness. Nothing is absolute in this world. If the Black Dragon King said he wants to kill you, I'm sure he will do it." Li Qie chuckled. "I'm waiting, but I haven't seen him yet. He was able to live for 3 generations. Will there be a 4th? If he can come out again to kill me, then I will have nothing to say. Dying to him isn't shameful at all since even immortal Emperor Ta Kong was killed by him, let alone me. Gu Zun leisurely retorted. Run. Like you have said, I'm in no hurry. I want to see the rest of your ace cards. Do not disappoint me again with little schemes like this one. Li Qie looked at him and said. Chapter 1668. Gu Zun wasn't surprised at all that Li Qie would let him leave. He cupped his fist and smiled. Thank you, Your Excellency. You're still the one that knows me best in this world. Okay, no need to utter such nauseating words. Go ahead and use all of your ace cards. I know you still have some secrets hidden up your sleeve. Li Qie leisurely said. I'll try my best. Hopefully, my killing move won't disappoint you. That would be too much of a letdown since you think so highly of me. Gu Zun smiled. With that, his body flashed and crossed through space. We're done here. Li Qie waved his sleeve at the 9 kings. The 9 of you can continue your hibernation. Oh right, I forgot. The old geezer from the mine misses you. You all can decide whether to keep staying here or come back for the punishment. He instantly disappeared to chase Gu Zun again. It wasn't like the pheasant didn't know that the 9 kings have snuck out of the cave back then. In fact, it was impossible for an existence of this level not to detect them. It purposely let them escape and pretended not to know. Since their birth, these juniors weren't allowed to take half a step out of the cave. The 9 brothers wanted to see the outside world, but the seniors didn't give them permission. They had even tried to sneak out several times in the past to no avail. Later on, the pheasant became soft and let them snuck out. Otherwise, how could 9 little juniors escape from the immortal mine? After running away from the 9 sea kings, Gu Zun didn't bother exerting his speed to its limit. He was in no hurry because he knew that Li Qie wasn't in a rush to kill him either before he showed his ace cards. At this moment, the 2 of them were playing a cat and mouse game. For now, he was the mouse and Li Qie was the cat. Of course, Gu Zun thought that he still had a chance to turn it around if he could grasp the right opportunity. He would become the cat then. Li Qie, on the other hand, was indeed taking his time. He had guessed Gu Zun's ace card, so killing him now wouldn't end this game. He wanted to capture everything in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, a booming noise came from the distant little sea village. The entire place shook as if a gigantic bull had just turned over. All the villagers were shaken with the ancestors running out to take a look. Rawr! A dragon roar echoed across the grand sea. The ancestors in the village could only see a shadow rushing to the sky. It disappeared instantly. That is, the ancestors couldn't regain their sanity. It looked as if they had just seen the shadow of a true dragon. Gu Zun still hasn't made it back to heaven suppression before an explosion occurred. Space was shattered immediately. Runes descended from the sky and turned into a formation to lock Gu Zun. He was aghast to see the runes while Li Qie only smiled and stepped inside. Boom! The runic formation teleported the 2 of them into a different area. In an unknown crevice in the sky with rotating stars, sun and moon, the runic formation took the group into a battle stage. Rah! The runes were of a draconic nature and were issuing roars as if they wanted to turn into true dragon. The whole place was drowned in the aura of a true dragon as if a real one was there. Sure enough, Gu Zun looked up and saw a true dragon lying right there. It was completely black with scales seemingly cast from some wondrous and tough metal. Its 5 claws were extremely sharp with a flashing glint, capable of cutting through everything. When the dragon opened its eyes, the entire 9 world seemed to be lit up. The eyes were profound and could see through the true form of everything. Nothing could escape the dragon's gaze. Anyone would be frightened by its glare, including the most powerful god kings. It could bring everything back to nothingness with its withering power. This was no shadow or illusion. It was a real true dragon with the purest bloodline. Few people in the world have seen one. Spotting one would be the topic of a lifetime. Gu Zun didn't seem to be surprised at all. He smiled and asked, "Long time no see, brother-in-law. It's a shame that I won't be able to see your 3rd-generation body anymore." The dragon stared at Gu Zun without replying. Li Qie gently sighed and waved at the dragon. It nodded towards him but didn't avert its gaze from Gu Zun. "Brother-in-law, do you need to hate me so much? Your 3rd-gen body is dead already. If I remember correctly, you really doted on me during your 1st generation." Gu Zun cheerfully smiled. The dragon still remained quiet with its flashing eyes, instilling a sense of respect into others. Do you want to capture me with this body? Is this necessary? Guzun was still as carefree as ever. Brother-in-law, you promised sister to take good care of me. However, you never did that. I suffered so much when you threw me into the eye of the sea and took away my fortunes. Then you sealed me into the depth. Really now, your little brother-in-law had suffered a lot following you for 3 generations. Rah! The dragon roared with a tyrannical aura surging like a storm. Alas, Guzun was untouched by it, still with a smile on his face. Brother-in-law, no need to be angry. In your eyes, I am a worthless piece of clay that can't be molded. However, our pursuits are different. You only want to fight against the world. As for me, I want to become His Excellency. I'm not as useless as you think. Humph! The dragon snorted in response. The world lost its brilliance and its inhabitants shuddered before this sound. Guzun still didn't care. Maybe you disagree with my ideologies and think that I am a bastard. Maybe you wanted me to become an emperor or someone like you. Alas, my dream is even more magnificent and grand. I want to become an existence that can engulf the 9 worlds. If someone with a mortal body and mortal talents can do so, why can't I, an eonic genius, do so? The dragon's stare remained cold. That glare again, brother-in-law. I know what you are trying to say. Guzun shook his head and said, You are thinking that I am a frog trying to eat a swan. I don't understand. Why does His Excellency command so much confidence in whatever he does, but you mock me for trying as if I don't know my own limits? Is it because I was born with a penchant for treachery? Or is it because I covet that empty treasury? The dragon answered by pointing its claw straight at Guzun. Brother-in-law, I won't return with you. Guzun understood its intent and replied, You took my fortunes and cultivation back then before sealing me, but I don't blame you for this since I have indeed committed a crime. However, not this time since I haven't done anything heinous for now. That's why I won't let you imprison me again. The dragon's claw spread open. Boom! It seemed the entire space erupted because of him. This claw was freed from all the restraints of the world. Its power was simply unstoppable. You want to do it by force now? Guzun said without being afraid. He smiled and shook his head. Brother-in-law, you won't necessarily be able to capture me alive. I agree that your third body could have done so in a short time, but the current you won't do. The dragon snorted again after hearing this. You were indeed invincible, but your first body only has an incomplete soul, far weaker than your top form. In the past, I wouldn't have any chance, but now, I actually wonder if I go all out, would I accidentally kill you? Will sister blame me for doing so? Chapter 1669. The true dragon ahead was the first body of the Black Dragon King. It can be considered the only true dragon left in the 9 world with a complete body. It retained the divinity of its ancient race. Back then, the king was only a serpent dragon. After receiving guidance from the Dark Crow on cultivation, he finally reached atavism and jumped through the dragon gate to grasp a real dragon bloodline. His blood had reached an extremely pure level. Even the dragons above the 9 heavens wouldn't necessarily be better than his bloodline. At that time, the Dark Crow had a completely new idea about reincarnation. Of course, this was impossible for cultivators. However, the Black Dragon King was an exception. His blood was blessed with advantages by the high heaven. He was a great candidate for this new revolutionary idea. Because of this, the king had also cultivated the Dark Crow's reincarnation art at the start. This was the reason why he was able to live for 3 generations. In the first one, he trained until his blood reached atavism to become a true dragon. This allowed him to have a unique condition. At his peak, he severed his true dragon body and only left behind a weak soul. He then moved to a new body and lived for a 2nd generation. For the second, he used his dragon soul to train an immortal physique. Under great effort from both him and the Dark Crow, the Black Dragon King cultivated the one and only dragon soul immortal physique. At the apex of the 2nd generation, he once again severed this immortal physique and left a remnant soul behind again with the help of the Dark Crow. This time around, he severed it even more thoroughly. He slashed all of his bloodline and seals. In the end, the new creation was with a mortal physique, mortal fate, and mortal wheel. For the 3rd gen, he started his cultivation again with these mortal aptitudes, the most primordial of all constitution. At the end of his life, He was able to have 2 immortal physiques at grand completion. Meanwhile, the 2 bodies with the weaker souls were sealed by the Dark Crow. He used the power of the world to nourish them and see if this would allow them to come out again. If all 3 bodies could come out, then he could make them represent the past, present, and future. If they could reach this level, they would be one step closer to eternal life. There was one weakness to all of this. The 3 generations of the Black Dragon King couldn't meet each other. This was the reason why the other 2 bodies were sealed. The world knew that the Black Dragon King ruled for 3 generations, but very few were aware that the king in each one was different. Of course, Gu Zun as his brother-in-law was privy to this knowledge. It doesn't matter how much you try to bring up the family issue with your brother-in-law. Certain things are of the past now. Lichia shook his head and said after seeing Gu Zun's long chatter. Gu Zun looked at him in response. This art is created by you. Do you think my brother-in-law has a chance? Lichia smiled and shook his head. Gu Zun, I don't know if you want your brother to come out again or to obtain the essences of this art and remove the imperfections. But all in all, I can't tell you its secret. I know you won't tell it to a betrayer. Gu Zun smiled and said. After a while, Lichia spoke. If the Black Dragon King is here, I won't interfere with your family issues. Time to end other things. Having said that, he took one step and disappeared from the old battlefield. Only Gu Zun and the true dragon were left. Even if Gu Zun wanted to leave, the dragon wouldn't let him. Make your move. The dragon spoke with a mantra. It raised both claws to seal the world and the myriad Tao. Even the gods would be helpless beneath these claws. If this is the case, then I'll have to try my best. I hope sister won't blame me if I kill you. Of course, if I die in your hands, I'm sure she won't blame you either. Gu Zun took a deep breath. Boom! The dragon responded by slamming its claw down. The myriad Tao turned to ashes. Laws were shattered. Gu Zun didn't dare to underestimate this invincible attack. He roared and unleashed all of his best moves. One attack swayed the realms while another robbed the light from the stars. With devastating explosions, the 2 fought an amazing battle on this stage. It was a shame that no one else was able to see it. Ah! With screams and rain of blood, skulls rolled all over the ground like potatoes. Severed limbs were even more abundant among the piles of corpses. Hai Lin's alliance was being pushed back by the Imperial legions. His cavalry was in a terrible state after Gu Zun killed the top members. They found it hard to struggle after being weakened so much. Although they had the number advantage, they lacked prior training and preparation. Despite having many god monarchs and even god kings joining, it was still not enough against Imperial legions that have once swept through the 9 worlds. Under many waves of attacks, the alliance's blood ran like the river. More than 1 million members have died. The Imperial Legion from Soaring Immortal became stronger the more they fought. A defeat was inevitable for the alliance. Nevertheless, they kept on struggling due to their willingness to die. There was no retreat path for them. Worldkeeper shook his head while watching this. He finally gave a threatening order. Go! With that, he was the first one to ride forward with his stallion. The Azure Dragon Legion has finally joined the fray. Kill! The Legion roared with an emotionless bloodthirst. Their battle cries resembled sharp blades cutting into the enemy's heart. Baz! Layers of barriers emerged on the platforms in order to halt the Legion's advance. Boom! However, this defensive perimeter was useless against their march. They were stomped out completely. Ah! The next waves of screams came from the Imperial Legion of Soaring Immortal. Azure Dragon resembled a sharp dagger piercing into the enemy's heart. In a short time, they created a quick path and suppressed the Imperial Legion. This legion was very experienced indeed, but there was a big gap between them and Azure Dragon. Anyone would gasp at how quickly Azure Dragon suppressed the Imperial Legion. This might be the most powerful legion in this world. Formation! The generals on Soaring Immortal's side shouted. They once again reformed their ranks in order to initiate the next wave of offense. Meanwhile, Hai Lin also blew his battle horn. The alliance retreated and reformed their ranks for the next wave also. Woo dash! A loud horn sound came inside Soaring Immortal. Rumble! More legions rushed out from the sect into the battle platforms. The alliance became nervous while looking at the Imperial legions because they were too powerful. Despite being fewer in number, the combined effort of these legions could definitely crush them. There were a total of 8 Imperial legions marching together with 8 mighty commanders. Their aura burned brightly with a flame that would shame the sun. Worldkeeper stared at the 8 legions and said freely, "Not bad, gathering all legions from the 5 emperors. Alas, the only flaw is the clear deficit in certain legions. Immortal Emperor Fei and Immortal Emperor Qianlong's legion are only in name only with their banners." Though the 8 legions ahead had the banners of the 5 emperors, the truth was that Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's legion made up more than half of this force. The other ones were mostly in name only. Chapter 1670. The soaring immortal sect has always been imperious, and same with their legions. They were able to threaten the 9 worlds while no one else dared to criticize them. Moreover, 8 legions were present at the same time. Anyone would feel their legs trembling at this sight, let alone commenting. However, the 8 legions were silent before Worldkeeper's criticism because they knew what kind of mighty character he was along with his legion. "State your name before I kill you." Worldkeeper with his spear pointed at a commander whose power was among the middle of his peers. This commander wore a dark red armor as if it was painted with blood. The radiance exuding from his body was hotter than the sun while his aura could crush the firmaments. Despite his accolades, he didn't dare to posture because he was only a junior before Worldkeeper. "My name is Ma Zhenwen, under the banner of Immortal Emperor Ren Xian." This commander didn't dare to show any slight. He said respectfully, "Your fame resounds like the thunder and we are forever in reverence of the Azure Dragon Legion's tales. Unfortunately, we must fight you because we have our orders." Ma Zhenwen was an unknown name to the youths, but an old god monarch from the Alliance had heard of it and shouted in astonishment. The Soaring Horse General. This name was more popular with the old characters. Though he was not the strongest general under the emperor, he had the most contributions. He once destroyed 10 sects, 8 countries, and 1 imperial lineage within one night. This made him quite notorious and granted him this nickname. "Good. Come and witness the destruction of Soaring Immortal." Worldkeeper calmly said as if this was no big deal. If such words came from anyone else, the generals would be in a furor right now. However, Ma Zhenwen and the others didn't voice their displeasure. They were aware of the Legion and Worldkeeper's tales. This was a legion that could stop the ancient Ming. It was indeed eligible to challenge their sect. It could even be said that Ma Zhenwen felt like the underdog in this fight. "Start the formation." He didn't waste time and took a deep breath before giving out the command. Buzz! Endless light surged out from the platforms and jumped onto the members of the 8 legions. Each expert became shrouded in this light and gained a divine armor. They looked just like gods now. With an explosion of an imperial power, the 8 legions came together with the front and the back sides meeting to form a circle. In a short time, the legions seemingly disappeared from the platforms. Next, all one could see was a forest of weapons, a thicket of destruction. This was an ultimate formation sealing all the platforms. It would be exceedingly difficult to forge a path out of this formation. Despite the fatal danger surrounding him, Worldkeeper calmly ordered, "Azure Dragon 18 formation." Buzz! The entire legion turned into an Azure Dragon in the blink of an eye. This gigantic dragon took over the platforms that were now a death zone due to the soaring Immortal Legion. There were shadows of spears and blades everywhere. Every single step was filled with danger. Clank! The soaring Immortal Legion suddenly appeared again in the form of a saber formation trying to make mincemeat of their enemy. It was indeed capable of chopping everything into thin slices of meat with such fast speed that they would still be moving after the severing process. As the horde of blades was coming, Worldkeeper gave an order, "Dragon to the sky." The dragon leaped upward. Though the 8 legions have sealed the platforms, it still couldn't stop the movement of this draconic formation. With a single jump, Azure Dragon instantly dodged the saber formation. Rah-rah! The dragon descended and clawed at the formation. The unbelievably sharp claws slashed the chest of many experts in the Imperial Legion. Pluff! Blood went flying. Some generals couldn't evade in time and were torn into 2 pieces. They didn't even have the chance to scream. Boom! Soaring Immortal retaliated against this powerful offense of the dragon. Their formation instantly turned into a heaven suppression seal that rushed down from the sky to stop this beast. The sky suddenly turned black with the emergence of the seal. Followers were chanting to the seal of an emperor. This looked like an imperial decree, all must prostrate at its sight. All evils would be annihilated. Rah! The dragon roared and became enraged. A terrible draconic aura engulfed the sky. At this time, the dragon had an imperceptible speed. With a deafening blast, the heaven suppression seal was torn into pieces. Next came a series of screamings. The dragon turned into 6 copies and ravaged all directions. In the blink of an eye, the supreme formation was torn asunder. This was the Azure Dragon 18 formation. First, it went from dragon in the wild and changed to season of 6 dragons. In the next moment, the 8 legions emerged again. Powerful they may be, they were no match for Azure Dragon's formation. Just like Worldkeeper had said, the 8 legions were in name only, not as strong as they were in the past. Their supreme formation was much weaker while his 18 formations were just as strong as before on its new debut. Roar! The 6 dragons continued to scream and rampaged on the battlefield. The 8 legions were being massacred. Kill! Despite not being a match, Soaring Immortal was still struggling to hold on. Waves of combatants rushed forward in order to stop the dragons. Go now! The Alliance saw an opportunity and immediately joined the battlefield. They followed the dragons and attacked the weakened foes with great success. The Alliance was ecstatic to join again with a risen morale. In the beginning, Soaring Immortal didn't care for the Alliance, but now, they were being stomped down by the Alliance. Many generals from Soaring Immortal angrily gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do about it. The majority of their forces was being used to stop Azure Dragon, and had no time to deal with the Alliance. Soaring Immortal was no match for the fury of the 18 formations from Azure Dragon. They were continuously pushed back. Soaring Immortal suffered grievous losses in a short time. Many disciples were being massacred to the dismay of the old generals from the Imperial Legions. This was truly humiliating to them. Open the formation. Use our vitality. In the end, an order giver from the sect couldn't endure this any longer. After receiving the command, the soldiers offered their blood energy without any hesitation into the battlefield. They had no other choice at this moment. It was either being killed one by the Legion or to go all out. This was a heavy price to pay, but at least there was a chance. Once it was time for their ace card to come out, perhaps they would be able to destroy Azure Dragon and put an end to the legend. Chapter 1671. The infusion of the 8 legions' blood energy made the ancient platforms exude a sacred light. This sacred light influenced the sky with its holiness. The entire world was engulfed with this particular energy, and the Grand Sea was being washed. With a series of magnificent sounds, it looked like an unprecedented holy creature was descending from the sky. It carried the power of a heavenly tribulation. Boom! A supreme light filled the battlefield and sucked the power from all directions. Remember that this battlefield was empowered by 10 earth veins underground. Outside of Immortal Emperor refined jades carved outside, it was the majestic worldly energy from the veins that was simply unstoppable. The battlefield became heavier after absorbing the energy from the veins. It seemed as if the entire Grand Sea was being refined into this place. More importantly, the battlefield was grasping the entire region's power. Buzz! Scorching flames blazed up in the battlefield. They covered the sky like waterfalls as if this was a punishment from the heaven. A majestic figure emerged on the battlefield. It was an existence that looked like an angel of great height. It emitted an inviolable light with 10 fiery wings on its back. When these wings spread open, all of Mortal Emperor world was under their shadows. This was the ruler of the world. It came to sentence its judgment. It was wielding a long sword made from heavenly laws twisting together. The scary part was that it carried the power of tribulation and judgment. It didn't come from the Grand Tao or the myriad laws, but rather, the heaven itself. It represented the will of the high heaven and its judgment. Because of this, it was also the symbol of invincibility. No other existence could stop it. Omnidirectional immortal annihilation. This was the ace card of Soaring Immortal. It wasn't created by their emperor or anyone else since it was from a very ancient epoch. In order to deal with the Dark Crow, the mastermind behind Soaring Immortal used this formation that hadn't appeared before. The mastermind was aware that the Dark Crow knew the arts of Soaring Immortal all too well. 2 emperors were even taught by him, so using Soaring Immortal's arts against him was displaying one's slight skill before an expert. Thus, the mastermind used this omnidirectional immortal annihilation technique that the world had never seen before. Even if it couldn't kill the Dark Crow, the mastermind still hoped that it would be able to stop the Dark Crow's legions. Of course, Soaring Immortal had to pay a great price to use this formation. It was supported by the power of the earth veins and channeled by the vitality of its disciples. It meant that the vitality and the worldly energy of the earth were fused together. A long battle would result in depleting their vitality and aging, then death. Alas, they had no other choice against something as powerful as Azure Dragon. Clank! The gigantic sword unleashed a judgment slash. The will of the heavens was truly hard to resist. Retreat! Worldkeeper gave the order. The Alliance immediately ran back because the slash was aimed at their legion. They were also stunned at the immense power and nature of the sword. However, it was too late to run because the slash wouldn't allow it. Ah! A storm of blood exploded. The entire battlefield looked like an ocean of blood, like someone splashing ink onto a picture frame. It had become a scene of hell, a spectacle that would shock everyone here. The entire Alliance nearly became ashes after this one slash. Only 1 out of 10 survived. Those who were lucky enough to survive would most likely never forget this nightmare from their mind. Even though Hai Lin's alliance was rumored to be 10 million men strong, this wasn't the case. A generous estimation would land it from 5 to 7 millions. After the skirmish earlier, the alliance was brought down to 3 to 4 millions. However, this slash alone took them down to around 3 to 400,000 men. One could imagine how frightening this scene was. One slash took down 3 million soldiers. The survivors were completely pale with fear. Clank! A second slash came downward with the tribulation of the heavens. It was aiming for Azure Dragon this time, wishing to slay the beast. Roar! The dragon clawed at the sky. In this split second, it turned into a straight spear with a dragon coiling around it. A draconic aura permeated through the air as if this was about to be the most powerful thrust in the world. It was born from the world so it could resist the will of the heavens. Boom! The spear stopped the slash, then slammed into the sword with fiery sparks flying everywhere. The sparks fell down like meteors into the stage, causing it to shake along with the entire Grand Sea. Boom! The spear ultimately couldn't handle the tribulation sword and was pushed down to the platform from the impact. A terrible hole and cracks appeared on these platforms. The sword of this 10-winged creature was too powerful due to the 3 different forces encompassed within: the earth veins, tribulation power of the heavens, and vitality of the soldiers. Rawr! The spear turned back into an Azure Dragon. However, pieces of artifact suddenly came from the horizon. Click! 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 These exquisite pieces wrapped around the dragon like an armor. Clank! With more metallic noises, a green spear appeared in the claws of the dragon. It emitted a snow-white glow with a murderous aura. It seemed to have been stained with the countless blood of gods and devils. With this weapon, the dragon could meet God, slay God. Meet devil, slay devil. Everyone could see this scene at this moment and thought that it was a real dragon protecting the 9 worlds, not a legion. With the new armaments, the dragon grew larger. Even the 10-winged existence towering at 10,000 meters seemed tiny compared to the Azure Dragon. This was the final form of the legion. It didn't assume the shape of a formation but of a living existence. Countless stars exploded under the thrust of this dragon. When its snow-white tip came down, it carried the power of the stars with the ability to destroy everything. Clank! The 10-winged existence didn't back down. The hymn of the sword resounded with another tribulation slash. Rumble! The 2 sides went all out and made the sky their victim. Whoosh! During this battle, space fluctuated and Xueqi instantly appeared next to Matriarch Yu. Your Excellency, you have killed Guzun already? The matriarch asked. Xueqi watched the battle and gently shook his head. Not yet, the Black Dragon King is taking care of him. Which generation? She was slightly surprised despite knowing about the king's reincarnation. The first. He smiled and said. Does he actually want to kill Guzun? She was worried, not about his ability but about his determination. Chapter 1672. Xueqi chuckled and shook his head. Either way is the same. Even if I kill him right now, not much will come of it. The Black Dragon King still can't make up his mind. Forget it. Let him deal with his brother-in-law. If Xueqi wanted to kill, Guzun wouldn't be alive right now. The matriarch gently nodded and dropped the subject. She noticed that Xueqi was staring at Soaring Immortal and said, Your Excellency, do you want to personally take action or let me mobilize the troops? I'll go. Xueqi answered. One has to go all out if they want to catch the big fish. Let me be the bait. Maybe we'll catch the largest of them all. I've been waiting for a while now. You're not trying to bait the mastermind of soaring immortal. The matriarch carefully pondered. At this moment, she realized that His Excellency wasn't aiming for soaring immortal at all or the mastermind in the shadow. He was scheming for some existences hiding even deeper. She wondered if he was the bait or soaring immortal. Of course, all of this didn't matter any longer. Soaring immortal's destruction was inevitable at this point. When Xueqi made it to the entrance, a figure descended from the sky to stop his path. Xueqi, it's time for us to fight to the death. The person stared at Xueqi with a ferocious glare. This was Long Outyen, soaring immortal's successor. He was currently in an amazing state with exuberant vitality and in his peak. There was no trace of depression after losing twice to Xueqi. This was indeed an admirable quality. Xueqi wasn't surprised at all to see Long Outyen. He smiled and said, "That's fine, but I wonder if you are prepared for death. No one knows who will be the last man standing until the end. You won't be smiling for long." Outyen retorted. Despite losing twice already, Outyen still needed to fight because the heavens had appeared. A fierce competition was approaching soon enough, but he had no advantages to speak of. It looked quite unfavorable since he lost twice to Xueqi already. Thus, he must defeat Xueqi this time regardless of the price. The result is already determined. You won't be getting the heaven's will. Xueqi chuckled. The fight between the two attracted the attention of many people. People still didn't count Outyen out after his 2 defeats and felt that he still had a chance to turn it around. They felt that losing before becoming an emperor wasn't shameful at all. This has happened to many emperors in the past already. Some suffered some humiliating defeats too. Try and see. Outyen uttered. He was still as confident as before and ready to defeat all foes. The successor of Soaring Immortal wouldn't be affected and give up completely after just losing 1 or twice. Fine, as you wish. Use all of your abilities and techniques. There won't be another chance after this. Xueqi looked at him and said slowly, "You can be considered a brilliant genius with a rare Dao heart." The spectators held their breath as the fight was about to begin. They knew that one of them might fall before the start of the real competition. Outyen took a deep breath. With a loud blast, he released his blood energy like the flood. It spread across the world as if wanting to start a disaster. Whoosh! His inner physique lit up and caused space to tremble. His body became shiny and dazzling as if it was a crystal carving. This beautiful scene was his grand completion soaring immortal physique, one of his proudest achievements. It became brighter and more dazzling by the minute until people couldn't stare straight at him anymore, not even with heavenly gazes. He gave a strange feeling of flight, as if space itself was growing a pair of wings and ascending. Buzz! A very rhythmic series of noise resounded. It was slow and came from space itself. Space and time were being slowed down by Outyen's physique. In the blink of an eye, everyone became a painting since time had stopped in this split second. Whoosh! Time began to flow again. It wasn't because of Outyen this time. Xueqi was the cause. Before anyone realized what was going on, Outyen was inches away from Xueqi when time flowed again. At this moment, time once again paused. Everyone could watch this scene and saw Outyen's palm containing a sharp and cold gale that was only 3 inches away from Xueqi's forehead. Outyen exerted his physique to its limit. No, he even broke through it in order to deliver the fatal blow. Remember that this was a grand completion soaring immortal physique, allowing him to break through the limit of time. This was almost impossible to describe with words. Even a 9 worlds god king wouldn't be able to dodge this fatal blow. Unfortunately, he had met Xueqi today. During the process of this attack, Xueqi had activated his stagnation domain. In terms of the physique itself, Outyen still had the advantage since Outyen was at grand completion while Xueqi wasn't. Alas, under the stagnation domain, even a faster speed would seem slow under this suppression. Time flowed once more with a loud boom. People saw Outyen being unable to move an inch forward, and they heard the sounds of bones breaking under the effect of the domain. Outyen was impressive enough. Under this perilous situation, he instantly used his arts from the 5 emperors for protection. With loud, beastly roars and raging imperial auras, he decisively burned his longevity blood in order to empower his techniques. With that, he managed to escape from the stagnation domain. Boom! His full power allowed him to retreat. He shattered space and ran towards the horizon. Nevertheless, he was still grievously wounded with blood staining his clothes and many broken bones. This still showed his amazing capabilities. The combination of his imperial arts and immortal physique allowed him to escape from Li Qiye's domain. Li Qiye wasn't in a rush to give chase. He watched the injured foe and shook his head. The flaws in your physique are too clear. If it was perfect, you would have had the chance to injure me with that strike earlier. Outyen responded with a scowl. I don't just have a grand completion physique. My grand Dao can harm you as well. Very well, show me your imperial arts then. Li Qiye smiled. Outyen was versed in the techniques of 5 emperors and had created his own unique grand Dao. So many people were envious of this. How many could be lucky enough to study the supreme arts of 5 emperors at the same time? Just learning the art of one was already the fortune of a lifetime, let alone 5. I want to see your grand Dao as well. Outyen powerfully uttered. Having said that, he activated his grand Dao. 5 immortal emperor true treasures appeared. With clicking noise, an imperial armor protected him. It seemed to have been created with strands of snow. There was the image of a silk dragon. It wasn't embroidered but naturally formed on the armor. Silk dragon robe, the true treasure of soaring immortal second emperor, Qianlong. It wasn't only meant to be used as a defensive barrier. It was also capable of boosting speed and vitality on top of some other magical properties. Clank! Clank! A harmonious clanking of sword and saber came about after he unsheathed his weapons. A sword in one hand and a saber in the other. The saber was tyrannical and ferocious, granting its user the courage to fight against the rest of the world alone. This was the tyrannical destruction saber, Immortal Emperor Ba Mie's true treasure, his weapon of choice to fight the 9 worlds. No need to describe the sword any further. This was the virtuous sword belonging to Immortal Emperor Ranxian, the progenitor of Outyen's branch. At the same time, 2 more treasures emerged behind him. One was a feathered fan with many colors. However, one feather was missing. The other was a spear as hot as the sun. It seemed to be cast from a divine solar metal. Missing feather, this was their sect progenitor ultimate true treasure. It could be listed among the top 10 greatest weapons of the emperors due to its incredible power. Sun-devouring spear, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's true treasure. Rumor has it that whenever he used this spear, he would be able to kill the enemy. It once scared the souls out of his enemies in the 9 worlds. Everyone was lost in jealousy and admiration after seeing one person using 5 true treasures at the same time. These true treasures were powerful but also difficult to use. For many experts, attacking with one of them was already hard enough. However, Outyen had such mastery and ease when wielding 5. This was the reason why he was so powerful and worthy of praises. Though he couldn't unleash a heavenly annihilation with all 5 at the same time, he had combined the grand Dao of 5 emperors and created his own. He relied on the 5 weapons to empower his grand Dao. This increased this particular Dao's power by up to 10 times. Chapter 1673. The moment Outyen's supreme grand Dao emerged, the figures of 5 emperors appeared as well: Fei, Qianlong, Tun Ri, Ba Mie, and Ranxian. Their own grand Dao took form as well. They wove together before fusing into Outyen's. One Dao shouldering 5 emperors. This was Outyen's supreme grand Dao. It shouldered the will and laws of 5 emperors. He wanted to become the 6th emperor of soaring immortal and surpass his forefathers. A terrible imperial aura ravaged the world as if 5 emperors have appeared. This scene made the spectators' legs grow weak. Only Outyen would be able to create such a grand Dao. Even god kings were respectful of his achievement. A good idea. Unfortunately, it is still walking on the same path paved by your forefathers. Even if you become an emperor, you won't be able to surpass them, let alone your progenitor, Immortal Emperor Fei. Li Qiye smiled and commented, I heard my junior brother talk about your ultimate fists. I also want to see it today. Long Outyen was completely confident with his unyielding Dao heart. He had heard of Heavenly Emperor Lin's defeat in the past. In fact, Li Qiye's Dao wasn't completed back then. It was much better now. I shall entertain you out of consideration for your achievements and power. You may die without regrets. Li Qiye felt generous enough. Whoosh! One palace after another emerged for a total of 13. An expanse of boundless primordial chaos took form. 13 palaces. No one would miss the chance to watch this scene, the miracle of the ages. This was the first time for many people despite their old age. I'll never get bored of seeing this. Even some sealed undyings got up from their coffins and commented. Outyen's expression dimmed down after seeing the 13 palaces. Regardless of his current mood, he had to admit that 13 palaces were incredible. He had many wondrous achievements and accolades, but they truly paled in comparison. His own could be repeated by other people. Some people in the past were even more excellent and brilliant than him. However, Li Qia's palaces were a miracle and completely unique. This feat alone would guarantee his name being recorded in the historical annals even if he didn't become an emperor. At this time, a figure slowly walked forward in the primordial chaos. The myriad worlds became bleak with his coming. The heavenly Grand Tao had to submit. This was the ruler of the world. He represented everything in this world. Life and death, yin and yang, heaven and earth. All were beneath his reign. All were created by him. The world could be freed from heavenly laws, yin and yang, and the 5 elements. However, it needed him. Nirvana heavens, created by the 13 palaces. Everyone was speechless before this magnificent figure. Want to see my Grand Tao? Look all you want. Li Qie spoke in his ultimate form. Whoosh! Li Qie's supreme Grand Tao emerged, the 7 Nights Tao. Eternity, time, creation, gods, all beings were being derived. When this Grand Tao started, the world didn't exist, the high heaven didn't exist, only Li Qie was around. With his presence, the world had everything. The cycles of life, yin and yang, and the 6 Tao. Li Qie and his Grand Tao represented and ruled everything at this moment. When this Tao showed itself, everyone felt total despair and became breathless. They came to realize the gap between themselves and Li Qie. It was impossible to catch up. Their cultivation was predicated on understanding and grasping laws. However, Li Qie was the creator of laws. How could this disparity ever be bridged? Even Outyen's expression turned for the worst. Even his unyielding Tao heart and incredible confidence shared the same depressing sentiment. He inevitably became pale. This was no longer a gap between Grand Tao. It was a gap in the level of existence. If cultivators were people, Li Qie was already the heaven. They felt insignificant like insects under his gaze. Kill! Despite despair rearing its ugly head inside him, Outyen still didn't falter or became afraid. He roared and boosted his Grand Tao with the treasure. Boom! 5 emperors took action. Immortal Emperor Fei waved his missing feather. Immortal Emperor Kan Long wore the silk dragon robe. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri wielded the Sun Devourer spear. Immortal Emperor Ba Mie grasped his tyrannical destruction saber. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian had his virtuous sword. The 9 worlds quaked because of the emperors and their personal weapons. Their auras ravaged mortal emperor and its inhabitants. The people trembled in fear and dropped to the ground. Doomsday was approaching in their mind. Unfortunately, they're not real emperors. Li Qie smiled and used his Tao. All power in the 9 worlds became his for the taking. Boom! A blast reverberated to every corner of the 9 worlds after Li Qie punched once. This punch blasted everything in the world back to the origin. One punch to destroy the emperors and gods. All beings were aghast and couldn't regain their sanity. Heaven's suppression fist. The world became quiet under this attack outside of the high heaven with its thunderous tribulation gathering in the sky. Crackles came crazily and bolts aimed for Li Qie. However, the bolts couldn't touch him for some unknown reasons. Everyone lost their focus at this moment and couldn't see anything. Despair ran amok as all progress made in the past were gone. Boom! When people calmed down, they saw Long Outyen being blown away while vomiting blood. All the bones on his body were shattered. However, Outyen was still a tough man and persevered through the damage. He still stood up straight while gathering his blood energy to recreate his body. The crowd had no comment. Long Outyen had lost again, and this one was an utter defeat. However, they would have suffered the same fate under that attack. Do you know why I still haven't killed you? Li Qie chuckled at Outyen and said, I want to see who will come and save you right now. Outyen was expressionless and didn't utter a single word as he stood there. Boom! At this time, the sky above Heaven's Suppression City was penetrated. A person was thrown by something directly into the city. It was Gu Zun flying down. At this time, he was feeble and couldn't stand straight. His pale complexion made it clear that he had expended a great amount of blood energy on top of being grievously wounded. Clank! A clattering of weapons came about with blades hanging by his neck. He was imprisoned by the ancestors from the city. Ancestor, excuse me. Xueqi appeared in front of Gu Zun and said. After the conclusion at Pearl, Xueqi had returned to Heaven Suppression City to preside over the situation. Strange enough, Gu Zun wasn't the only one who was gone. His entire branch and Yi Jojo have disappeared. Because of this, Xueqi was ready to face the enemy. Gu Zun didn't become angry at all. He stared at the sky and chuckled. People win and lose, my loss was well deserved. Xueqi still had an austere expression. Even if Gu Zun was helpless at this moment, she still wouldn't underestimate the enemy since Gu Zun couldn't be so easily dealt with. Watch him, not a second of carelessness. Xueqi ordered the ancestors before looking up in the sky. Gu Zun, as a prisoner, wasn't tense at all. He stared towards the direction of soaring immortal with a smile on his face. Back at the battlefield, Lichia also glanced at the sky and smiled as well. Time for me to reel in the net. Can't wait any longer. Having said that, he slowly walked towards Long Outyen. Outyen's expression changed as he instinctively took one step back. However, he took a deep, composing breath afterward and straightened his body. He stopped faltering and was no longer afraid. Chapter 1674. Many people were tense to see Lichia wanting to kill Long Outyen. Everyone could see that Outyen was no match for Fiercest. If no one came out from soaring immortal to save him, his death was all but guaranteed. A figure appeared during this moment of life and death. An indescribable aura emanated around the world. It was a heroic man that backed Long Outyen up. He had a calming temperament as if he was in complete control of the situation. This was Long Zhantien, an ancestor from Long Outyen's branch. Many people didn't recognize him. Nevertheless, despite his lack of fame, everyone knew he was quite frightening the moment he came out due to his controlling presence. Is that an emperor assailant? Many people trembled and murmured. They directly thought about this power level after seeing him. No one is invincible forever. Zhantien stared fiercely at Lichia like a tiger looking at its prey. Of course, he was talking to the Dark Crow. Despite never seeing this existence, he was aware of the puppet master behind the scene. No one is invincible forever, but I'll always be the last one smiling. Lichia answered with a smile. Very well, I want to see how much you have learned. Zhantien answered harshly with a cold glint in his eyes. He had considered Lichia a disciple of the Dark Crow, someone whom he had hated long ago. If it wasn't for the ceiling of soaring immortal, he would have seized the throne instead of immortal Emperor Een Tian. Because of this, the enmity ran deep at a young age for him. The Dark Crow was his enemy, the sole cause for why he didn't become an emperor. Thus, he made an oath of vengeance. He greatly advocated for soaring immortal to come out in this generation because he wanted to personally train an emperor and with that, obtain revenge by crushing the Dark Crow. More than enough to destroy your soaring immortal sect. Lichia leisurely responded. Zhantien had a murderous bloodthirst in his eyes. He and Outyen glanced at each other and made up their mind. The two of them separated and surrounded Lichia. The two of them didn't dare to be careless. Zhantien was much more powerful than Outyen due to his grand completion physique being complete, unlike Outyen's flawed version. Moreover, his grand Dao was more polished at this point. Thus, he was superior in both cultivation and actual battle potential. They stared intensely at Lichia and were in no hurry to attack. They were trying to find his weakness in order to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Lichia was nonchalant and casually glanced at the two men before staring at the sky. He gave an order to the Azure Dragon Legion in its dragon form. Finish it if it won't come out, no point in waiting any further. Lichia made people quite confused about his words. Gu Zun, on the other hand, smirked and stared at the horizon too. I hope I'll be able to see a real hunt again while I'm still alive. The person who can stay calm will be the final victor. Rumble. The battle waged on between the huge dragon and the 10-winged existence. However, as time passed, the dragon seized the advantage. Even though the existence was still very powerful with its tribulation power, it was no longer as agile as if running out of strength. It had the power of the 10 veins on top of the tribulation power borrowed from the high heaven, but in this drawn-out fight, the 8 legions from soaring immortal couldn't maintain their stream of vitality. The omnidirectional immortal annihilation simply required too much upkeep from the earth veins and the heaven. In the end, the two types of power didn't belong to them. It didn't matter how powerful the legions were. Eventually, their rich vitality would run out. That's all? Time to end this. The dragon roared and an azure light soared into the sky. A draconic aura engulfed the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy blows rained down. In a short time, the great existence was forced down to the ground by the dragon. It tried to struggle and retaliate, but it was useless before the absolute ferocity of the dragon. No one expected for the dragon to go wild like this and take down the existence in such a short time. Everyone saw how terrible the 10-winged monster was, killing millions with just one slash. Alas, it was powerless before the dragon. The truth was that the legion didn't go all out in the start. It was waiting for their old foes to appear. Unfortunately, there was no sign of them, so they had to unleash their rage on Soaring Immortal instead. What a shame. No sign of them. Xueqi watched the bullying taking place and smiled. Clank. When Xueqi lost his concentration, Zhantian and Outyen took action. Their soaring immortal physique lit up and reached its limit. They attacked from both the front and back with an attack capable of turning time back to the past. Time withered and rotted by this all-slaying strike. No one could block this strike. Soaring Immortal Break. Even the matriarch became serious after seeing this. Soaring Immortal Break was the physique attack created by Immortal Emperor Fei. It was praised as the strongest of them all. Even Heaven's Will secret laws paled in comparison. When a grand completion user unleashed them, one could only imagine its power. Both Outyen and Zhantian were at grand completion and they attacked during Xueqi's careless moment. This attack relied on ultimate speed and power, a one-kill move. No one would be able to stop this attack. This was the reason why the technique became so famous after its creation. Time stopped and everything became confused. People didn't see the technique clearly. Only Emperor assailants were able to understand its mysteries and see through its speed. Pluff! When everyone could see clearly again, they saw blood gushing out. Zhantian and Outyen's eyes were wide opened. Zhantian was decapitated and he could see his own severed body as his head fell from the sky. Long Outyen's forehead and skull were pierced through completely. His expression was one of disbelief. Meanwhile, Xueqi was standing there and didn't move at all. Just like that, he defeated the Soaring Immortal Break and killed the two. His fate palaces were opened with the 4 images: the pillar, cauldron, tree, and spring of life. The Heavenly Tao's primal chapter, ancient void rune, life origination, and epic leaf were floating inside as if they have become everlasting. Xueqi used them to kill Outyen and Zhantian without lifting a finger. The world still doesn't understand the mysteries of the 4 images from the Fate Palaces. Only an immortal emperor would be able to understand them a little bit. Unfortunately, that would already be too late. Xueqi gently shook his head and said. In a short time, the world became silent to a terrible level. Long Outyen was a bit weaker than an emperor assailant, but Zhantian was the real thing. However, the two of them have just been killed instantly. No one would believe such a thing. The crowd was stunned by this scene. Even emperor assailants took a deep breath because they didn't see the profundity behind Xueqi's attack. There were too many secrets hidden within. Gu Zun stopped smiling after seeing this and became austere. He wasn't only extremely powerful but as an Ionic genius, he could comprehend better than everyone else. His talents and vision had few peers. Matriarch Yu was no match for him in this regards. He failed to understand the attack earlier. After a long time he solemnly said, "It no longer matters whether he becomes emperor or not." Chapter 1675. In a short time, the world was petrified. Many people couldn't regain their wits. An emperor assailant and one near that level attacked together with the invincible Soaring Immortal Break, but not only did they failed, they paid with their lives after just one move from Xueqi. The frightening part was how no one saw the killing move. Even an emperor assailant like Matriarch Yu and an Ionic genius like Gu Zun became serious. Xueqi simply smiled. The 4 images of the Fate Palace were beyond the comprehension of many cultivators. Only after becoming emperor would one be able to understand them, but it was too late at that point. Boom! A loud blast suddenly made the world tremble. Everyone returned from their contemplation. Ah! Miserable screams came, followed by tearing noises. The Azure Dragon actually tore the 10-winged creature into 2 pieces. Remember that this creature was created by the omnidirectional Immortal Annihilation Formation. This meant that it was formed by the 8 legions with their vitality and flesh. When the creature was torn in half, not only was the formation broken, even the soldiers were torn into 2 pieces or crushed by an invincible force. Boom! After taking care of the formation, the dragon thrust its spear down and pierced the battle platforms. Cracks spanning for thousands of miles appeared everywhere. Finally, the enraged dragon slammed down and made all the platforms crumble. The power within disappeared instantly. Retreat! The surviving soldiers from Soaring Immortal shouted and ran back to the sect. The battle was finally over. The 8 legions from Soaring Immortal still lost against Azure Dragon. They suffered heavy losses with casualty around 80%. This might be their biggest loss since the formation of their sect. A 5 emperors lineage lasting for millions of years had suffered this humiliating defeat. The crowd wondered about the identity of the Azure Dragon Legion. They were amazed at this legion's ability to take down 8 imperial legions. An old man who knew about them commented with a tinge of emotion, "That's Azure Dragon for you. Back when the ancient Ming ruled the 9 worlds, they have trapped the legions so many times. In the end, the ancient Ming failed to kill them and was destroyed instead." Those who knew about the legion didn't find this surprising at all. The legion dared to fight against the ancient Ming. Soaring Immortal wasn't an issue. The disciples inside Soaring Immortal turned pale. In their mind, their sect was invincible. Not only did they have the most resources in the world, they also had the most powerful legions. However, these legions were bullied by others today and almost got wiped out completely. They couldn't imagine this result at all. Boom! The dragon shattered the entrance to Soaring Immortal, causing the entire place to tremble. The stunned disciples were truly horrified since they have never experienced such a thing before. This also shattered their confidence. Get ready! The ancestors calmed down and ordered the disciples to prepare for combat. For these ancestors, this will be the darkest day for them. Few dared to oppose their sect in the past, but now, someone was actually breaking down their door. This was a perilous moment. Majestic laws poured down like the waterfalls from the sceneries in the sect. Layers of defensive barriers were erected. The entire place became dazzling with protection halos. The place has seemingly turned into the most perfect ancestral ground in the world with so many different defensive means and imperial protection. This made the entire sect look quite divine. No enemy would dare to take a step forward. However, the dragon didn't enter the sect after destroying the entrance. It simply soared upward and presided in the sky. The gigantic dragon with its spear coldly glanced around. Nothing could hide from its gaze. People were surprised when Azure Dragon didn't attack Soaring Immortal. They didn't know why it broke the entrance but didn't initiate an attack. Instead, it was only guarding the sky. Will the old foes really come out? Only people like Gu Zun understood the dragon's intention. He continued, "I really hope so, that's when the fun really starts." Xueqi stepped inside the entrance and hovered above the sect. All the members in Soaring Immortal weren't happy to see Xueqi looking as if he was about to fight all of them alone. Today, the enemy came knocking on their door. This was simply unacceptable. After so many years, Soaring Immortal grew stronger but its bones became softer. For power, it has abandoned its ancestors. Xueqi shook his head and said, "Li, don't be so haughty." A cold voice resounded. It wasn't loud but it echoed across the world and threatened everyone. For people came out from the sect and filled the world with their divinity and immortal lights. They were quite holy and looked as if they had just come from an immortal world. There was also an imperial aura to them. Their style and bearing had a noble feel. This imperial temperament wasn't learned like other experts. After learning imperial techniques, certain experts could use them to replicate the aura of an emperor. However, these 4 didn't need that at all. They had a natural imperial aura to them, not the forceful and stiff ones from techniques. Thus, their temperament and appearance were innate. They were born to be nobles, born to be imperial princes. 3 were male and 1 was female. The men were handsome and gallant while the woman was supremely beautiful. So many people were astonished to see such wondrous people. They felt inferior in comparison. These were real imperial children. "Your Highness." The disciples from Soaring Immortal prostrated on the ground, completely stirred with emotions. It was the glory of a lifetime to be able to see the imperial princes and princess. Moreover, this gave them hope that the 4 would be able to repel the enemy. The 4 didn't need to waste words and superfluous actions. Just their presence alone was enough to establish their authority. All of Soaring Immortal was under their control. This was their extraordinary advantage due to their identity. Are those Imperial children? Even those who didn't recognize them could faintly guess their identity due to their aura. Immortal Emperor Ran Xian's children. An undying existence recognized them and said sentimentally. Back during the Emperor's generation, his children were famous in the 9 worlds too. The juniors were shocked to hear about the real Imperial children. This was such a prestigious status, worthy of admiration. Many people didn't expect to see Immortal Emperor Ran Xian's children again. This was indeed a shocking development. Chapter 1676. Immortal Emperor Ran Xian's 4 children had the following title: Azure Dragon Prince, White Tiger Prince, Black Tortoise Prince, and Vermilion Bird Princess. They were also known as the 4 Symbols Imperial children and greatly resemble their parents. They were showered with love and granted great authority even before their father became an emperor. This played a great part in their fame during that generation. However, they disappeared and sealed themselves. Though they sporadically showed up every once in a while, they stopped doing so after Immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation. The disciples from Soaring Immortal had no clue of their whereabouts. Of course, the ancestors couldn't tell their disciples that they have escaped to the immortal confinement. When they came out again recently, they garnered the support from the majority of ancestors. Under the arrangement of the mastermind behind Soaring Immortal, the princes were able to defeat the dissenters and put these ancestors under house arrest. This gave them complete control over Soaring Immortal and laid a foundation for their invasion of Mortal Emperor. It was a matter of course for them to be welcomed so much. After all, Imperial princes had an innate advantage compared to others. Moreover, the young faction had been suppressed for a long time. A 5 emperors lineage didn't aim for hegemony? How could the young ones stand for this? They had early wanted to return to the 9 worlds and vie for supremacy. Thus, their return coincided with the youthful ambition. Moreover, the mastermind has always been strengthening their faction. Even though the Canlong, Bamye, and Tunri branches opposed this decision, just the strength of the Ren Xian branch alone was enough. No one could change the will of the new faction. Li Qie simply chuckled after seeing them. Only Immortal Emperor Canlong had returned from the immortal confinement. It looks like your father had left you some good stuff, allowing all of you to last inside. This prison had an earth-shattering origin. It was an ominous ground from an ancient epic, rumored to be a prison for a ferocious devil. Immortal Emperor Fei obtained it later and the sect treated it as a training adventure later. However, only Immortal Emperor Canlong during his youth was able to return. There were several reasons why the siblings were able to return alive. Outside of their own personal strength and solidarity, the biggest reason was their incredible resources compared to others in the form of treasures and medicines. The 4 were not happy to hear Li Qie's comment. The 4 became as cold as ice. Not to mention the pain they suffered in the prison, it was the humiliation of being forced to run inside like a dog that had lost its master. They would never forget this humiliation and even swore for vengeance. They were imperial children with an extremely noble bloodline coursing through their veins, yet the Dark Crow forced them to run for their lives. How could they stand for this? The humiliation of past shall be washed away with your blood. Vermilion Bird Princess gritted her teeth as even her beautiful face twisted with anger. Li Qie shook his head and laughed. You should be feeling grateful instead. It is the blessing of the heavens that Immortal Emperor Qian Li and the Black Dragon King didn't chase after you. Plus, aren't you all living quite well right now? Not to mention all the fortunes and positive meditation, allowing you to fortify your Dao heart. You didn't grow older in the prison, still as vigorous as before and able to cultivate your soaring immortal physique to perfection. The suffering in the prison is not pain but rather a type of wealth. Reflect on who you used to be in the past, only little juniors relying on your father's prestige. Now you have a perfect physique with a pure bloodline and a cultivation polished by training, much stronger than that ancestor long earlier. Even if your father was around and not showing any mercy, you can still last up to 2,000 moves against him. Isn't this an amazing thing? Perhaps you will even feel pride in it. Thus, instead of feeling grateful, all you feel is hatred. What a shame. Grateful! The Azure Dragon Prince shouted. We will never let this go until we break your bones and turn you to ashes. I swear on it. The prince felt responsible because he was the oldest of the 4. He was the one who took his younger siblings inside to suffer all the torments. After escaping, He swore to kill the Dark Crow and all of his underlings. Lichia didn't mind at all and continued on. You four are too disappointing compared to your father, who showed great self-restraint and vision. He took pride in his human bloodline. Because of that, he worked his whole life to establish a respectable reputation. But as his children, instead of bolstering your own reputation, you are besmirching his with your action. Don't you feel shame about letting down your real bloodline and your father's lifelong effort? The princess uttered coldly back. Do not speak of my father. If it wasn't for the Dark Crow's pressure, would my father have suffered like this? During that period, next to his side and seeing everything, enough. The calm Black Tortoise Prince interrupted her at this point. Why not keep going? I want to hear who told you all of this. Lichia smirked and said. But the princess kept her mouth shut this time, realizing that she had fallen into his trap because certain things shouldn't be said. The group simply glared at Lichia instead of talking. Lichia continued. Does it really matter now who told you all of this? The situation has escalated to this level. Nothing else matters in your eyes. Not even the imperial bloodline in your body. There is only vengeance left and, of course, a desire for hegemony. An ambition to unite the 9 worlds. A will to have emperors for generations. The White Tiger Prince retorted with a sneer. Humph, so what? Why is only your group allowed to do so and not us? It is because we challenge your position and prestige. Lichia couldn't help but smile. Fool. Just a little bit of authority in the 9 worlds, it is meaningless. All of you know full well that you are inviting a sect destruction calamity. You think you can rule the 9 worlds, but in my eyes, you're nothing but ants. Even the mastermind is only a puppet, used as a meat shield by the ancient Ming. You'll find out soon enough. The Black Tortoise Prince said chillingly. It doesn't matter how strong you are, don't think about living past today. We'll settle both old and new scores today and herald in a new epoch for the 9 worlds. Lichia chuckled. With what? You or the mastermind? Really now, that's not enough to warm me up. Too weak. The 4 siblings were livid to be treated with such disdain. At this moment, they were indescribably strong. Their combined effort could sweep through all enemies, but Lichia spoke as if they weren't worth a single coin. You're doing this alone or with the Azure Dragon Legion? The Azure Dragon Prince uttered. You think too highly of yourself. Lichia smiled. The 4 of you are indeed powerful emperor assailants. However, you really think that your combined effort can oppose the power of an emperor? It's not that simple to reach the emperor rival level. All of your wondrous fortunes and achievements in the prison only allow you to take the first step to this level. Your current power level isn't enough. The siblings nearly vomited blood from anger. A murderous bloodthirst appeared in their eyes. At this moment, old and new grievances overwhelmed them. Only by tearing Lichia apart would their rage subside. Chapter 1677. We'll decide it all today. The irascible princess shouted. In the blink of an eye, the 4 siblings took over 4 different directions to surround Lichia. Their vitality erupted and suffocated the spectators, exacerbated by their imperial bloodline that made others want to prostrate. Baz! Their inner physique appeared at the same time and became radiant like 4 suns slowly floating up in the sky. This was especially true for the Vermilion Bird Princess. She released a heat wave engulfing the myriad worlds, capable of incinerating everything. 4 grand completion immortal physiques. Even emperor assailants were shocked at this scene. 4 cultivators, just 1 grand completion physique was already amazing. But now, all 4 imperial princes were at grand completion. Lichia stared at them and smiled leisurely. Not a bad achievement. An imperial bloodline combined with a grand completion physique. It would be hard not to become an emperor assailant at this point. The soaring immortal physique from your sect is the most complete outside of the physique scripture. Same with your hell suppression godly physique. Looks like your indestructible diamond physique is from trading with the Silent Orchid Temple. Those monks indeed have a unique perspective on this regards. This physique law is not bad at all. As for your maternal extreme young physique, it's a bit lacking, but you did a good job polishing it inside the prison. Not much critique to be had there. Lichia slowly judged the 4 grand completion physiques. The Azure Dragon Prince cultivated the secret soaring immortal physique of his sect. The White Tiger Prince had the hell suppression godly physique, also from the sect. The sect had 2 physique laws, so the Black Tortoise Prince trained in the indestructible diamond physique from a different temple. Meanwhile, The Vermilion Bird Princess inherited the peerless extreme yang physique from her mother's family. After marrying the emperor, the imperial queen also gave this law to her daughter. Kill! The four of them shouted and attacked in unison. The four grand completion physiques erupted at the same time with their imperial bloodline powering them. This granted them an immensely destructive force. These were four emperor assailants in action. Any existence in mortal emperor would tremble before this. Time became chaotic. Space was destroyed. The myriad Tao suppressed. The Azure Dragon Prince was like a descending immortal with his incredible attack. This sword slash could cut through the galaxy. The White Tiger Prince was as majestic as a divine mountain. He could suppress the firmament and punish the gods and devils with his boundless weight. The Black Tortoise Prince soared ahead in order to become the most fortified defensive line in the world for his siblings. He could withstand all onslaught from the enemy. The Vermilion Bird Princess ravaged the world with her divine flame. All would turn to ashes under the temperature of this raging goddess. Baz! Li Qie retaliated in this split second by using both his stagnation and demise domains. He was also under his nirvana heaven state. The two domains stacked on each other and became much stronger. The four siblings became slower within the domains and felt the pressure instantly. However, their vitality wildly erupted. In a short time, their physiques powered up and immortal armors and weapons appeared to protect them. Nevertheless, these armors and weapons still crumbled beneath the two domains. This didn't deter them from lunging at him with an oppressive and all-destroying momentum. It was just that their speed and power became much weaker. Li Qie took action again by pointing his finger to the sky to activate Soaring Immortal. The world became dazzling because of his nirvana form illuminating everything. It looked like all the power in the worlds gathered on his body. Boom! A gigantic shield materialized in his hand and he threw it out instantly. It surpassed all speed. Even the Azure Dragon Prince who had exerted his physique to its limit. Myriad Worlds Soaring Immortal and Hell Suppression Godly Aegis. This was Li Qie's Soaring Immortal and Hell Suppression physique break. These two attacks were perfect inside the two domains. It exceeded everything and even Emperor assailants couldn't stop them. Boom! Even the Soaring Immortal sect that was protected by 5 emperors began to tremble. Without their protection, the shockwave from this attack could destroy the entire sect already. Space shattered and all 4 siblings spat out blood. They were repelled and wounded in just one move. Both the crowd and disciples from Soaring Immortal gasped in horror. This power was too horrifying. Soaring Immortal was very hopeful when the 4 siblings came out. They assumed that the siblings would be able to stop all enemies, so they didn't expect this result. Like I said, it's not that simple to add or subtract power by just adding people. If you can't do a good job of working together, you might as well fight alone. Li Qie chuckled. Immortal emperors might have a chance to fight him. Anything else would lose for sure. Gu Zun saw this scene and murmured. The 4 siblings glanced at each other and wiped the blood off their lips. At this moment, they realized they have underestimated Li Qie. They were at a great disadvantage before the 2 domains and physique breaks. Because of this limitation, their combined effort was not much more effective than fighting alone. Despite hating him, they admitted that he was right in this regards. Boom! The 4 stepped forward together and their body became shrouded in flame. The Azure Dragon Prince had a green flame, the White Tiger Prince had a black flame, Black Tortoise Prince had a golden flame while the princess had a frightening sun fire. Rawr! The 4 beasts roared and the siblings disappeared. The divine beasts emerged before everyone instead. A primordial beastly aura engulfed the world like a flood. Everyone was trembling from sensing this aura. Not a bad idea, to be able to cultivate the immortal physiques in this aspect. This is taking an unprecedented step forward. Li Qie smiled and said. Whoosh! The Azure Dragon opened a spatial portal. The Black Tortoise rushed forward first to pave the way while the other 2 beasts attacked from both the left and right. Their teamwork was much better this time around. Each movement and attack were in harmony, allowing them to have perfect offense and defense without any opening. Li Qie attacked with the same moves again. The 2 domains and the 2 physique breaks. Rumble! All of Mortal Emperor trembled. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them have exchanged 200 moves. The princes had the advantage this time around and continuously forced Li Qie back. Bang! Finally, under another powerful assault, they blew Li Qie away and made him spit out blood. However, Li Qie in his nirvana form quickly stood up and smiled. Quite impressive, Still not an emperor contender just yet, but there is still hope to reach it eventually if your 4 physiques can fuse together even more. Having said that, 12 existences that were identical to Xueqi appeared. These 12 gods and devils instantly fused together with perfection. Behold, the true fusion of immortal physiques, he claimed. Boom! A boundless immortal light surged out of this new being. It grasped an unbeatable level in this split second. The crowd was aghast. The fusion of the 12 beings gave it an immense power-up. Even though they weren't real immortal physique users, their perfection fusion still scared emperor assailants. It was as if they were looking at an immortal emperor. Kill! The 4 siblings attacked again as if their mind was connected. Rumble! The ensuing battle destroyed the stars in the sky. They were fighting up above and tore the void apart. A calamity was descending on this battlefield. No one dared to get close to this battle. Even god kings would be torn apart once they got close. Only emperor assailants were strong enough to watch in close vicinity. Gu Zun back in heaven's suppression was relishing in watching the battle. He would occasionally stare at the horizon as well. The Azure Dragon Legion in its draconic form didn't watch the battle at all. It remained vigilant with its sweeping gaze as if it was waiting for something dangerous. Their goal was no longer soaring immortal. In their eyes, the Sex Legions had been defeated by them. There was nothing else worthy for them to take action. They were waiting for their old enemies, the lucky survivors of the ancient Ming. Of course, no one knows if there are still ancient Ming legions left alive. However, Worldkeeper truly hoped to see the ancient Ming. If they dared to appear, he would destroy them again. Gu Zun was also aware that there were even more frightening existences looming in the darkness outside of the dragon. As long as the ancient Ming dared to come out, a battle like never before would absolutely happen. Chapter 1678. The battle between Xueqi and the 4 siblings raged on until the Celestials lost their colors and the world became bleak. This was a battle of the Emperor-Assailant level. The aura engulfed each corner of the mortal Emperor world. Many existences trembled because of this as if the end of the world was approaching. The 4 siblings turned into divine beasts and had a perfect combination of fence. It was polished during their hellish time in the immortal confinement. They relied on it to survive through the cruel and arduous days. 4 grand completion physiques in the form of divine beasts on top of a perfect combination art resulted in a horrifying power. Even an emperor assailant would be powerless before them. They would need to have an ultimate move to take one of their siblings out before the 4 could use their combination art. Otherwise, the 4 siblings would trap and kill them with ease. Meanwhile, the god fiend from the fusion of the 12 physiques had unimaginable power. Just think about it, one person was in possession of the 12 physiques. This was quite a frightening matter. Speed, strength and defense were instantly boosted to the top level. Prior to this, Xueqi said that just fighting together didn't mean that it would be effective. This new god fiend was the perfect example of this. It wasn't just 12 physiques fighting together at the same time. It had unbelievable advantages with this perfection fusion since all the aspects of fighting rose like a storm to an unfathomable level. It became an unkillable existence with a speed hundreds of times faster than lighting and enough power to crush everything. If it wasn't for the perfect combination art with their physiques, the 4 siblings would have lost long ago. The experts and ancestors from Soaring Immortal were stunned. They thought that their imperial princes were untouchable, but even the 4 of them together could only manage to keep up against Xueqi. Just how frightening was this man? The 2 sides were as fast as a falling meteor. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see anything. Only emperor assailants could see the details of their attacks. Rumble! The crevice of the sky was being broken to pieces by this battle just like a great tribulation. In a short time, they have exchanged several thousand moves with their amazing speed. While the god fiend was fighting against the siblings, Xueqi kept his focus on the sky and even perused the entire world. However, he didn't find anything, especially not his enemies. He was certain that there were still lucky survivors from the ancient Ming. They were still hiding and would definitely keep an eye on this battle. Alas, there was not even a trace of them in sight. The race had a heaven-defying artifact that made it prohibitively difficult to kill all of them. Nevertheless, Xueqi was still confident and waited for when his peace would bring him to the lair of the ancient Ming. Because of the lack of response, Xueqi understood that maintaining this course was useless. It was time to be crueler. Time to end this. He stepped into the battlefield and smiled. Buzz! In this split second, Li Jie and the God Fiend fused together. He was still the same while the God Fiend disappeared into his body. Endless rays of light oozed from his body that was resembling a universe. This seemed to be the primordial eruption. The resulting radiance made it unbearable for the inhabitants of Mortal Emperor. All closed their eyes from discomfort. After he took back in all the light, an immortal ray floated around him and divided itself into 12 rings that circled continuously. Each of them seemed like its own domain. Rumble! He began to shatter space and used an unparalleled speed to attack the 4 siblings in their beast form. He was swift to the point where the 4 powerful siblings couldn't keep up with him entirely. Even those powerful enough to watch the fight earlier became a bit dazed when Li Jie took it up a notch. Boom! Blood spattered everywhere. The 4 siblings couldn't stop this new form of his and took a rough beating. They were instantly blown millions of miles away. This attack quaked the entire sky. Half of his attack was absorbed by the Black Tortoise Prince with his indestructible diamond physique. He took the full brunt of the attack, so he was completely stained with blood. However, the other 3 still couldn't withstand it. Any other moves? Li Jie floated in the sky like a true immortal and looked down on all creation. Not to mention Emperor assailants, even Emperor contenders were afraid of his current state. The 4 siblings glanced at each other. Their current form was still no match for Li Jie, so they bit their teeth and decided to go all out. Ah! They screamed miserably with rays of immortal lights breaking out of their chest. They looked to have their own consciousness, wishing to come out of the 4's body. After coming out, they turned into laws. These laws were different from laws of the myriad Tao. They carried arcs not belonging to this world. When these marks appeared, they seemed to be sucking in all the types of energy available, such as 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was the Lord of all existence's anger and hatred. Clank! These laws came together in an instant. Finally, the 4 joined together and turned into a gigantic and bizarre monster. It had the head of an azure dragon, the body of a white tiger, the wings of a vermilion bird, and the shell of a black tortoise. Its size was simply unimaginable. One stomp could crush the galaxy. If it were to land on Mortal Emperor, it could crush the entire Grand Sea into dust. The scarier part was its breath sweeping through Mortal Emperor and seizing the power of all emotions. Other beings were simply ants in comparison. It could swing its hand and flatten the entire world. Wow! Not only did the 4 of you able to withstand the torment of the prison, you also stored it inside your body, using this power from an ancient epic to sharpen your own immortal physique. That's some innovation for sure. Li Jie smiled while looking at the beast. So it turned out that during the torture inside the prison, a terrible power was eating away at their body. However, as time passed, they began to understand this power and store it inside. When they used this power, it would allow the 4 of them to fuse together with perfection. Boom! 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 The monster stepped forward and crushed the stars. It wanted to put an end to Li Jie. Li Jie let out a battle cry and channeled his 12 physiques. The 12 rings lit up and it turned his body gigantic as well, comparable to the other monster. He met the monster's advance with a punch. Rumble! The 2 sides turned the sky into a scene of chaos. Firmaments were being destroyed. Their sheer size alone was world-destroying. There was no need for techniques and merit laws. The most exquisite technique would still be crushed by their absolute strength. The horrified existences in Mortal Emperor were hoping that this terrible war would end soon. Otherwise, a single stomp from either one would massacre countless inhabitants. Chapter 1679. The battle above the sky turned the world dark. Everyone was trembling in fear and praying for peace. However, the 2 sides had similar power, so no one had the upper hand, resulting in push and pull in a stalemate. Baz! Li Jie changed his style by activating his Heaven's Will crystal physique. His body lit up and the physique was able to dodge everything. All attacks were nullified even when they made contact. Rumble! He had the advantage now and forced the monster back. However, it wasn't easy to kill this perfectly fused monsters with 4 physiques. Ancestors, help us! The siblings bellowed after being repeatedly pushed back by Li Jie. Their blood burned and a seal belonging to the emperors exploded like a sun. It blinded the sky with its light. 5 imperial auras soared from the sect and suppressed the world. It was as if they have come back to life. Not only were they empowered by the emperors at the moment, even the power left behind by the wise sages of the sect was for them to use. Thus, One could easily imagine the immense strength they had just gained. It was a world-destroying one, to the horror of all inhabitants. They have finally reached the Emperor contender level with this new boost and could last more than 1,000 moves against one, even if the Emperor was using the power of his heaven's will. Banish! The four siblings shouted at the same time. Their monster form opened a spatial hole and wanted to expel Xueqi. There was no way for them to defeat Xueqi due to this crystal physique. They wanted to wait until it disappeared inside that space before ambushing him afterward. Moreover, ordinary spatial banishment was useless against his physique. They needed to use a combination of a temporal and spatial banishment in order to push him away. Fortify! Xueqi shouted and became heavenly. He fortified his spatial temporal location in order to stop the incoming technique. One side was trying to expel while the other fortified. This was a competition of spatial and temporal manipulation. They found that this was the best technique to use at this moment. Buzz! Space and time around them were strangely refined into solid form and became shiny. It was because the combatants were too strong. If this continued, they would destroy this area completely and turn it into an inhabitable place. The spectators were breathless while watching this even fight. If this spatial manipulation were to descend, it would make a large area disappear instantly. Meanwhile, Guzun back in heaven's suppression suddenly moved. His cultivation was completely sealed, yet he broke through all the restrictions instantly. All the seals became ineffective against him. In the blink of an eye, he looked to be several tens of thousand years younger. His vitality was exuberant at this moment, as if he has become young again. Not good. The ancestors suppressing him were aghast. Xueqi was alarmed as well, since it was all too late. Guzun instantly disappeared in the next second. Baz! Guzun emerged again on the battlefield above the sky, but he wasn't alone this time. Another person was with him. An inconspicuous youth. It was Lin Qi, the disciple of an elder from heaven's suppression. He was only an ordinary disciple, so it was quite shocking to see him appearing with Guzun above. Who is that? Ancestor Shan was surprised. The two were quite strange, as if they were a pair. Their body trembled together and began to move with a matchless speed in order to sever the time and space along with everything else from the battlefield. The unbelievable happened. The two of them actually fused together into one being. This was a middle-aged man that looked a bit like Lin Qi and Guzun. Guzun during his middle-aged years. The matriarch was shocked and murmured. They severed themselves from the timeline. One before reincarnation and the other a half-reincarnation. The two can never meet, or it will cause a distortion in the timeline. Just the slightest mistake would turn everything into ashes. After turning into this new form, Guzun located in this severed domain spat out two bubbles. Baz! Xueqi and the monster were sealed inside the bizarre bubbles as if they have become relics of the ancient past, no longer living in the present. This development was too fast, so no one could react in time. Everyone became confused. A faint mist rose from soaring immortal next. It engulfed the entire sect with an unimaginable speed. The whole place became dreamlike, the most beautiful paradise in the world. People would lose their way home after coming there. The disciples of the sect became immersed in this ethereal location. They didn't know what was going on any longer. Kill! In this instant, a cavalry rushed out from soaring immortal with the ultimate speed towards the most important treasury of the sect. It pierced through like a sharp blade. This wasn't an attack out of avarice but a meticulously concocted plan from long ago. The disciples from the sect in their trance couldn't stop the cavalry at all. Heads went flying as many disciples were taken down. Whoosh! The defensive barriers of the 5 emperors were effective. Holy light flowed out of the important locations in their ancestral ground. These locations used to be the places where the emperors performed their Tao search. With the lights of the emperors, the ancestors and experts woke up from their daze. They composed themselves and noticed the cavalry rushing towards their most important treasury and became alarmed. Kill them! The experts roared and went to meet the enemies. The leader of this cavalry had a magnificent red cloak fluttering in the air. The other noticeable thing about him was his silver beard. It was Yi Jojo and the cavalry that he had personally trained. They used to be a branch of heaven suppression made up of the sect's elites. At this moment, this elite force was attacking Soaring Immortal under Yi Jojo's leadership. People were stunned to see this since they knew that Soaring Immortal and heaven suppression were allies. Thus, this ambush from Yi Jojo shocked them all. The even more bizarre thing was the mist's ability to mesmerize all the experts from Soaring Immortal. If it wasn't for the holy lights from the emperors, soaring immortal would have fallen prey to the cavalry already. What are they trying to do? Ancestor Shan was astounded by Yi Zhozhou's decision. He still thought that Gu Zun's group was with soaring immortal. The treasures. Zi Queening murmured. Gu Zun covet the soaring immortal treasury. It accumulates the treasures from 5 emperors. Too many heaven-shattering items are hidden there. Ancestor Shan's group shuddered after hearing this. The accumulation of 5 emperors. To say that one wasn't tempted by this treasury would be a blatant lie. Anyone would feel their heart beating faster before this treasury since they wouldn't be able to waste it all away for many generations. Chapter 1680. This sudden development took everyone like a storm. The one reversing the tide wasn't soaring immortal or Li Qie, it was Gu Zun from Heaven Suppression. Surely no one expected for this to happen. Whoosh! 2 ropes shot out and immediately coiled around Li Qie and the 4 siblings' bubbles. Gu Zun wanted to take them with him. Clank! The hymn of a spear resonated as the weapon aimed for Gu Zun. The Azure Dragon stopped his path and scared the crowd with its intensity. Your legion should be focusing on stopping the ancient Ming. Gu Zun smiled and said, "Release the temporal bubbles and I'll spare your life." Worldkeeper spoke sternly, leaving no room for negotiation. Even though Gu Zun was one of the 10 Eonic geniuses, he couldn't underestimate someone as powerful as Worldkeeper. Unfortunately, your opponent is not me. Gu Zun still wasn't afraid at all. He laughed loudly at Soaring Immortal. If there is no objection, I shall be taking your princes. All the experts and ancestors in Soaring Immortal were both livid and scared. They couldn't do anything to help since their main fighting force had just woken up from the mist. They were busy with stopping Yi Zhozhou from stealing their most important treasury. The sect was indeed mighty, but Zhozhou came prepared with many treasures and sieging artifacts. He was simply unstoppable, and it took many ancestors before Soaring Immortal managed to hinder his movement. Thus, they couldn't spare men to try and save the 4 princes. As for the people still immersed in the mist, this group was useless. Gu Zun wasn't in a rush to escape because Li Qie and the 4 princes couldn't escape from his seal. Azure Dragon Legion was still guarding this area on top of the Black Dragon King looming in the horizon. He was certainly aware of this. Despite his top middle-aged form, he knew that he alone couldn't fight both the Legion and the Black Dragon King. Thus, he had decided to use his ace card, which is taking advantage of his hostages. Boom! A holy location in Soaring Immortal suddenly cracked open. There was an old grave in this place. Despite the humble size, it had beautiful sceneries with an abundance of holy rays and imperial auras. There weren't that many things in the world that could enjoy this treatment. The eternal auspicious rays here showed that this item or person was too important to an emperor. There was a simple tablet before this grave with the words, "Love of my life." It was signed by Yi Yunzhou. People might not know who Yi Yunzhou was, but they were certainly familiar with his title. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, the 3rd Emperor of Soaring Immortal. A woman came out from the grave with a beauty stealing away the splendor of the mountains, rivers, and the stars. She was the culmination of all that is fair and bright in the world. The most admirable feature was her regal aura, making others want to kneel down after sensing it. It was as if she was born to rule the world and give orders. Is this Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's wife? The experts from Soaring Immortal were stunned to see the woman walking out from the grave. They knew that this location was extremely holy since it was the burial of the emperor's beloved wife. After she passed away, he mourned and couldn't forget. Her grave has always been illuminated by his imperial light. For many generations, the disciples of Soaring Immortal came to this place in order to worship and remember her meritorious contributions to the sect. So when this supreme woman came out of nowhere, the disciples all thought that their imperial queen had come back to life. That's not Imperial Queen Tun Ri. It's Imperial Queen Ran Xian. An ancestor quickly recognized in astoundment. Many disciples were shocked to hear this. They didn't understand what was going on because Imperial Queen Ran Xian was buried very far away in a different location in Soaring Immortal. Why was she buried here in this place? Many experts knew that Imperial Queen Ran Xian died young and couldn't enjoy the glory of being a queen. However, due to Immortal Emperor Ran Xian's contribution to the sect, she was buried in Soaring Immortal as well so that future descendants could worship her. A few ancestors who were generals under Immortal Emperor Ran Xian became quiet. It seemed that they weren't too surprised to see this because they knew what was going on. They chose to stand on her side. Otherwise, how could the Ren Xian branch have the ability to make all the decisions right now? Boom! She raised her finger straight at Yi Jiuzhou's cavalry. Ah! Many experts from Heaven Suppression were instantly killed. Even Yi Jiuzhou was blown away. The opponent was simply too strong and he couldn't block her first move. Whoosh! She took one step into the battlefield and instantly blocked Gu Zun's path. At this moment, Gu Zun, the Imperial Queen, and the Azure Dragon formed a triangle. The first to take action would be at a disadvantage. "Release my children and I shall spare you." She spoke for the first time with an unquestionable authority. She didn't care for a monster like Gu Zun at all. Gu Zun smiled in response and leisurely said, "Imperial Queen, I have no hostility towards your sect. This is only a little method to get you to come out. It's much easier with you here now. I can let the 4 Imperial Princes go and dispel the poisonous mist, with just one condition. You're not qualified to negotiate with me. Release my children now or I shall trample your Heaven Suppression." Her eyes turned cold with an oppressive glint. "Imperial Queen, don't waste our time." Gu Zun smiled and shook his head. "I won't deny your considerable power. I believe you have the strength of an emperor contender right now. No, maybe even the means of an emperor rival from the ancient Ming. But I, Gu Zun, am not afraid of you. I have met people much more terrifying than you before." His eyes became serious at this point. "Right now, we are on the same boat. Imperial Queen, you're not a fool and should be able to tell between friends and foes. I only need him, you can have the rest." The Queen stared at Li Jie sealed inside the bubble with a murderous glimmer. She knew exactly who this person was. Her lifelong goal was to kill him. "And if I refuse?" she asked coldly. "Then your plan for many generations will go to waste." He smiled. "Not only will you lose your children, your sect will be massacred as well and turn to ashes. If you want to go hard with me, no problem. I'll release him and work together with the Azure Dragon Legion." He went on. "No need to glare at me like that. That's right, I want to kill His Excellency and he knows it too. He knew that I had a penchant for treachery since my youth, so it's not surprising for me to betray him at all. Even if I stand by his side, he might still not forgive me and will kill me eventually. But don't forget, we are strangers while I am still Master Disciple with His Excellency. If I have to pick my death, I will definitely pick being killed by him. It will be much more glorious and renowned. Plus, even if I won't be considered a contributor or an ally after releasing him, at the very least, I'll still earn a proper death with a grave. So now do you know the right choice? Stand by my side and stop the Azure Dragon Legion so I can escape. I'll release the Imperial Princes from the temporal bubble in due time." The Queen slightly batted her eyes and had to reconsider. "Not a bad plan," Worldkeeper said coldly. His legion was watching both Gu Zun and the Queen at the same time. "You're too kind, true god. This is because His Excellency is such a good mentor." Gu Zun joked, "As the saying goes, rich and risk go together, so I have to see success in a time of danger. The truth is that I'm not too confident in success right now because His Excellency had schemed the ages. But regardless of that, I still have to try, don't you think, true god?" Chapter 1681. Gu Zun, the Azure Dragon Legion, and Imperial Queen Ren Xian were impeding each other. The first one to attack would be ganged up by the other two. "Imperial Queen, this is no time for indecisiveness," Gu Zun slowly added. "You can get your revenge or pursue me later. Now, you must repel the enemy or you will end up with nothing. Help me now and become the ruler of the 9 worlds in the future. Your soaring immortal sect will have countless emperors." Gu Zun's words made some sense. If Gu Zun were to take Li Jie away, the Queen would be the real master as long as she can defeat the Azure Dragon Legion. Once her ancient Ming bloodline became stronger, on top of having the resources of soaring immortal, the 9 worlds will be hers for the taking. She no longer hesitated and walked forward to stop the Legion. She had made her choice, picking hegemony over revenge for now. "This is a wise choice. I am lost in admiration for your wisdom, Imperial Queen." Gu Zun smiled and carefully retreated. As long as the Queen was there to stop all the firepower, he would have the chance to run. "Want to run?" The Azure Dragon thrust with its spear through space. The power of this attack would shock Emperor assailants. Cease your impudence. The queen shouted and stopped the dragon. A pair of boundless fiery wings emerged behind her and sealed all the portals in the world to stop the thrust. She still looked as leisure as ever. This made her strength quite apparent. Imperial Queen, unbeatable indeed. Gu Zun praised and got even farther away. He left behind the imperial princes this time and only took Li Qie with him, in accordance with his agreement with the queen. The princes as hostages have lost their worth since he had gotten what he wanted. Clank! The legion was furious now. Its spear aimed at the sky and a green light oozed out with an erupting draconic aura. It wanted to defeat the queen as fast as possible in order to save Li Qie. No rush, no rush. Why is everyone fighting or leaving so fast? It's not easy for us to meet, especially on a beautiful day like this. A leisure voice came about. Gu Zun was stunned to hear it and turned pale. He had already prepared an escape path, and no one would ever be able to find him again in that location. However, someone was standing in front of him, causing him to look back at the bubble. Of course, it was Li Qie standing right there. In the bubble, Gu Zun saw another Li Qie. The two were completely identical. Even someone as intelligent as him couldn't tell the real one from the fake. The queen was shocked as well. An expert of her level couldn't figure out the real one either. In this split second, Gu Zun retreated to a safe distance with Li Qie on top of releasing the four princes from their bubble. After doing so, he stared respectfully at Li Qie, in awe of the man's abilities. He learned all of his craftiness from the Dark Crow, so he was actually the biggest admirer out of everyone. Li Qie looked at the bubble and the mist before praising. I have to admit, you have learned many things from me. Not only did you obtain the temporal bubbles and eye mist, you have even recreated a part of your soul, in order to use the pre-reincarnation and half-reincarnation selves to meet and create a temporal chaos in order to capture me during the gap. I don't think anyone else besides me can come up with such an excellent plan. It can indeed seal an emperor. And the danger from messing with the timeline. Just one misstep would turn everything to ashes. Even the Black Dragon King doesn't dare to experiment with this. You're too kind, it's all due to your guidance. Gu Zun didn't become complacent. He retreated to the queen's side. He had toiled and calculated just for today. Countless blood and sweat were spent in order to obtain the temporal bubble and the eye mist. The bubbles were born along the river of time. They were extremely rare as essences of the timeline. Because of this, one epoch would only produce 3 to 5. This would already be a large quantity. In the past, Li Qie had also thought about using them to seal existences on the same level as emperors. The method was hypothesized by him too, but he never carried it out. Gu Zun was aware of this method. Who would have thought that he would actually be successful with it? The eye mist was very rare as well. It was also another type of essence created from certain serpent that had the bloodline of a true dragon. There was a complete corpse of this creature in the 9 worlds. Li Qie told him in passing, but Gu Zun memorized this and actually came for it. He used it on Soaring Immortal and allowed his cavalry to attack. This is all due to your own effort. I don't dare to claim credit. It is such a shame that you have chosen the wrong path. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. Even the Everlasting Crow had to admit that Gu Zun was very talented with amazing achievements. In the past, the ones he trained used their talents and tried their best to become an emperor. All focus was on cultivation. This wasn't the case for Gu Zun. He learned strategy and scheming in order to become someone like the Dark Crow or even replace him. Unfortunately, he still wasn't a match for the Dark Crow. You are right, I'm still too inexperienced compared to you in all aspects. I lack your vast knowledge as well. I wasn't too confident in sealing you this time, and I understand now that your plan wasn't meant just for me. It involved everyone. Gu Zun was still calm enough to smile. He was aware that Li Qie wanted to kill all of his enemies, including him, the Imperial Queen, and the Ancient Ming. Otherwise, his brother-in-law, the Black Dragon King, wouldn't be hiding in the horizon and stopping all escape paths. Thus, when the Ancient Ming appeared, they would be completely massacred since the Dark Crow was waiting for them to take the bait. Nevertheless, he still had to take the chance. This was his only opportunity to defeat the Dark Crow. Such a chance would never arise again in the future. Once the Dark Crow came to the 10th world, he would lose this chance to contend since the Dark Crow would become even stronger than now. Alas, someone else is even more careful and patient than you. Li Qie glanced at the sky and said. It was easy to talk to a smart person. Gu Zun understood what he meant right away. Unfortunately, the ancient Ming still refused to show up and take action. Otherwise, he would be able to kill them and seize the corporeal zone. This wasn't too surprising. The ancient Ming had become very patient and careful after dealing with him for generations before their eventual defeat. Unless there was no other choice, they wouldn't take any unnecessary risk. However, soaring immortal was clearly an experiment by the ancient Ming. They wanted to use this sect in order to break through to the 9 worlds again. That's why I said I'm still inexperienced. I'm curious right now, which is your real body? Gu Zun looked at Li Chia in the bubble and asked. Does it matter? It doesn't change the result at all. Li Chia smiled mysteriously. Having said that, he slightly moved his body, seemingly crossing through time and the bubble. Pa! The bubble shattered and the two Li Chia fused together. No one could ever tell the real one from the fake one earlier now. In fact, there was indeed a double among the two. This wasn't an ordinary double since Li Chia used the world seal to create a duplicate for himself. This particular double was only a bit weaker than the real body. Gu Zun wasn't surprised to see the bubble being destroyed. Others might not be able to do this, but the Dark Crow was a different story. After all, he heard about the bubbles and got the idea of using them from the Dark Crow. Chapter 1682. Gu Zun was fine with losing since he was already mentally prepared. Losing to an existence like the Dark Crow wasn't too surprising. Imperial Queen, you better make sure the ancient Ming is supporting you, or you will die a miserable death and soaring immortal will go down with you. Gu Zun slowly spoke while standing next to the Queen. In his eyes, he was on the same camp as the Queen and soaring immortal. They had no choice other than to work together. Of course, he wasn't optimistic at all and hoped that the ancient Ming would show up again. This would give him a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the Queen and the 4 princes angrily glared at Li Chia. The Queen had nothing but hatred in her eyes, as if there was an irreconcilable feud between the two of them, and that she wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. He smiled and looked at her. It's not too surprising that you are alive. However, you have committed 2 heinous crimes, worthy of death. First, conspiring with the ancient Ming. Second, hiding in the grave of Imperial Queen Tun Ri. The Queen didn't actually die young back then. She faked her death in order to change her bloodline in the shadow. Nevertheless, her whole blood experiment became exposed, which led to the forceful search of the sect by the Dark Crow. Meanwhile, she has been hiding in Imperial Queen Tun Ri's grave the entire time. Even though the Dark Crow essentially excavated the entire place, there was one place he would never touch, the grave of Imperial Queen Tun Ri. It wasn't only because she was the Emperor's wife but also because the Dark Crow used to adore her, for she was once his most powerful disciple. After careful rumination, Imperial Queen Ren Xian chose to hide in this particular grave and disappeared from the world. Everyone assumed she was dead. A few ancestors wanted to find the mastermind, but they failed to do so. They didn't expect for her to be hiding there at all. One of us shall die today. The Queen was not afraid of the Dark Crow. Her imperial aura was still surging and she maintained her noble temperament. She knew exactly who she was facing, so she had no fear when the day came. It was inevitable in her mind. Li Chia said disapprovingly, I don't quite understand. You are a human and eventually became the queen, yet you still chose to work for the ancient Ming. How regrettable. There are many things you don't understand. She uttered coldly. The 9 worlds do not revolve around your whim. The myriad realms aren't your playground. I'm aware. After gazing into the hatred in her eyes, he smiled and said, It's all because of immortal Emperor Ren Xian. He had always shown great restraint with considerable caution on this aspect, but you, his wife, chose the opposite. This caused many regrets for both you and him. It wasn't easy for him to build his reputation, and he had contributed a lot to the human race, worthy of his title. However, your choice of picking the ancient Ming will bring eternal damnation to soaring immortal. You are disgracing the ancestors of your sect, your position as an imperial queen, and the emperor himself. Don't you bring up Ren Xian. The Queen interrupted him at once. I am walking on the path he didn't dare to for his sake. This is a returning to the origin. The bloodline is innocent. He has never done anything wrong, so the world should give him justice. Same with you. Is that so? I want to see this so-called innocent bloodline. Even immortal Emperor Ren Xian didn't dare to say so back then. He stared at her and said flatly, Why is it a crime to have a bloodline? The queen retorted. Plus, you are not the arbiter of the world. You aren't qualified to decide whether the bloodline of someone is sinful or not. So you blame me for condemning his ancient Ming bloodline. Li Jie smiled. That's right, you have ruined his life. The queen said harshly. Because of your words, he had to make an eternal blood oath. He was a supreme genius, but because of your attitude, he became ashamed of his own bloodline, just that thin strand of ancient Ming. In order to sever this bloodline to become a full human, he removed his bones and tendons time and time again. Each time was a tormenting experience. Even a man as heroic as him couldn't help but scream. You weren't there to hear his screams or becoming crazy. All of this was due to the thin bloodline. All of his pain came from your attitude and words. Her regality and upbringing couldn't stop her face from twisting with hatred and pain. She was both his wife and best friend, always by his side when he had just started on his path. She schemed for him and accompanied him through thick and thin. Watching her lover suffering made her choose an extreme decision. Yes, I have never seen his suffering or heard his screaming. Li Jie said flatly. You are right, I was the one who decided his fate and made him do the blood oath. But so what? I have personally experienced the suffering of the 9 worlds with my own eyes. Darkness engulfed the world and the myriad races were enslaved. Humans and spirits were only ants in the eyes of the ancient Ming. They screamed and wailed in lamentation. Many were minced to pieces. Their blood became pawns. Some became mere tools for entertainment. Compared to this, the emperor's suffering is nothing, not worth mentioning. I can kill an emperor and murder 1,000 sects, as long as this brings an end to the ancient Ming. It is completely worth it. I don't mind or care for those who have to suffer in the process. Li Jie coldly finished. Who are sinners and who get to suffer aren't up to you. People can't judge, only the high heaven. As you have said earlier, your attitude alone made him a sinner. This is an evil way. You're a criminal. The queen asserted. I have never claimed to be a good person, only a butcher with hands stained of blood. Today, I declare you and your sect guilty. Thus, I shall destroy you all. This is what I must do, a reason for me to exist. He chuckled and said, as for justice and fairness, you can ask the villainous heaven after death. Of course that is if you can see him. But I'm afraid he won't have any of that sorts either. Li Jie's eyes turned cold at this point. Being unreasonable is the scariest part of a woman. Gu Zun shook his head and murmured during the conversation. The queen didn't hear him. Don't be cocky just yet. Who knows who will be the one doing the destroying? The queen revealed a murderous glint. Li Jie couldn't help but laugh. Being confident is good, but you are too blind. You think your power alone is enough to kill me? You think just changing Soaring Immortal's entry chant is enough for you to grow stronger? Even if you gamble the entire sect and have the power of an emperor rival, you are still only my prey. The queen became serious with her gaze. She didn't expect for him to know this as well. Don't be surprised. Li Jie chuckled. Back during the previous search, I have checked your sect's merit laws. The entry chant had been changed. Even though this new section wasn't too conspicuous, it definitely hid the chant of the ancient Ming. Others might not be aware, but don't forget who obtained the manuals of this race back then. So what if you know? It is all because of you that this is happening to Soaring Immortal. She said coldly. So it turned out that the queen had changed several entry chants to the sect and called them improvements. Of course, the sect didn't know that this was her doing. Only the powerful ancestors who supported her passed these merit laws down to their disciples for generations. Chapter 1683. The changed chants were too difficult to detect even for the most powerful ancestor there. After all, the queen was an amazing genius on top of being stronger than some ancestors. Plus, they have never seen the mantra manuals of the ancient Ming before. Furthermore, the new entry chants had no negative effects on the disciples. On the contrary, there were many improvements such as faster cultivation speed. This was the reason why the majority of experts in the sect had trained this particular chant. Lastly, the sect had been sealed for 3 generations. This gave the queen hiding in the shadow a great opportunity and room for her plans. I'm the culprit? Li Jie smiled in response. Its fate is due to its own choice. The ancestors that supported you knew exactly what they were doing, yet they still chose to do so. The real culprit is the sect's uncontainable ambition. After having 5 emperors, you all really think that you're the heaven's favorite, the ruler of the 9 worlds, capable of producing emperors for generations. That's why a bunch of geezers wants to take the shortcut to reach an even more powerful bloodline. That's why the ancient Ming was able to infiltrate. You can rule, so why can't we? Not everything is up to you. The queen coldly said. Fool. Li Qie sneered with disdain. Even Gu Zun was shaking his head. One should never overestimate a woman's intelligence. Once they become stubborn, that's more frightening than anything. I'm not here to talk about morality with you. I'm here to kill you. It's time to end this. Li Qie no longer wished to talk. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. In an instant, he teleported in front of the 4 imperial princes and said, Remember well, I am a very brutal person. I will let your mother watch you die and vice versa. This is the price of conspiring with the ancient Ming, bringing darkness to the 9 worlds. Eternal damnation is your fate. With that, a second Li Qie appeared. This was the one created by the World Seal and was identical to the real one. The 2 of them released their 13 palaces and the fused physique God Fiend. Boom! The 2 God Fiends instantly sealed the area and the 4 princes. At the same time, his inner physiques lit up. The 4 physiques emerged along with the 2 domains. This, in turn, became 4 domains in total. One could imagine how terrible his arsenal was at this moment. The entire temporal area became melted. Open! The 4 princes shouted, wanting to break the suppression. They reacted quickly and fused together, but this wasn't enough. In the past, his nirvana form alone fought them to a stalemate. Now, 2 Li Qie at their peak form completely overwhelmed them. Kill! The queen furiously took action with her hair flying. Her first strike was extremely tyrannical. Clank! An invincible spear spanned through the realms to stop her path, not allowing her to take half a step forward. You deserve death. The Azure Dragon sternly aimed for the queen with a terrible bloodthirst. For the Legion, the ancient Ming was their mortal enemy. So many brothers from their Legion have died to the ancient Ming. After so many generations of struggle and bloody battles, they would never forgive anyone who conspires with this race. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 raged on. The queen was anxious to save her children, so she turned into a saintess of the high heaven, wishing to use this heavenly power to unleash world-destroying techniques. Emperor assailants were no match for her. Meanwhile, the Legion was furious as well. This wild dragon tore apart the firmaments with its spear, spinning like a tornado to attack her. World Keeper and the individual members of the Legion were powerful enough already. This form only amplified their might even more. The queen was having a hard time and had to stay on the defensive. This was the real power of the Legion. It was going easy a while ago. Meanwhile, Gu Zun retreated to the side and nonchalantly watched. He didn't try to escape because he didn't have the chance. His brother-in-law was hiding in the sky and had sealed the area already. If he tried to make a move, his brother-in-law would suppress him whenever. More importantly, he had no intention of escaping. This was his last chance. If the ancient Ming were to appear, he could aim for a tie. However, death was assured if the ancient Ming didn't show up. Of course, he wasn't afraid at all. Death was not scary to him. Baz! The 2 Li Qie opened their fate palace. A primordial expanse released the 3 vessels. When the 3 vessels appeared, not to mention the sect, the entire mortal emperor world changed. Li Qie's vitality soared because of the vessels and engulfed the world. It continued to increase, and eventually, this vitality might cause mortal emperor to explode. All living beings were suffocated because of him. The mortal emperor world has become a sea of blood while all other inhabitants were fish within. However, they didn't know how to swim and would eventually drown. The more terrible part was when the vessel of Genesis appeared. Everyone had an illusion that a second world was opening. It was full of primordial chaos and immortal vegetation. This newly formed world looks like a paradise, yearned by all. Because of this illusion, many began to walk towards this world. In fact, they were wasting their time since they couldn't enter. Once the vessel of Athanasia appeared, everything became eternal. It was as if Li Qie was indestructible and immortal. Everyone thought that he was ascending under the power of this vessel, jumping out of the 9 worlds, the reincarnation cycles, and the yin and yang. Nothing could hold him back any longer. Boom! His 4 physiques were shouldering the 3 vessels in the sky. A terrible cataclysm resounded in the form of thunderponds. Nets of lightning emerged everywhere all around mortal emperor with sonorous thunders. It seemed that the high heaven was opening a portal of tribulation. This power of judgment poured down like a flood, seemingly wishing to end mortal emperor. Oh God! All existences were pale and dazed beneath the lightning tribulation. They were forced down to the ground in fear. It wasn't a fear of power but an instinctive one out of respect, one that any living being would have towards the high heaven. All existences were insignificant compared to the heaven. They must prostrate on the ground, unable to resist this power. Boom! All of the lightning bolts directly struck Xueqi. This illuminated the entire mortal emperor world like the explosion of a million suns. Countless experts couldn't open their eyes, not even with their heavenly gaze. This power was simply too much. Even an emperor assailant wouldn't be able to handle it. This was just like the tribulation of an immortal emperor. Only such characters would have to endure this type of tribulation. Only they are qualified to be subjected to this level of force. Xueqi's 3 vessels utilized to their limit have invited the rage of the heaven. It wouldn't allow for this type of power to exist, so it must destroy the vessels. Xueqi wasn't afraid at all. The 4 images in his palaces activated a well. The pillar of life pierced directly into the thunderponds and crazily absorbed this power. The spring of life like a great ocean withstood the incoming lightning bolts. The cauldron of life poured out words of the grand Tao and turned into a primordial flame. It also refined the absorbed power of the lightning bolts earlier, turning it into Xueqi's own. The tree of life blotted out the world with its leaves and offered Xueqi the majestic power of life. Chapter 1684. Emperor assailants felt apprehensive after seeing Xueqi taking on the power of the Thunderpond alone. This was an immortal emperor level of tribulation. They needed to be that strong to challenge it, yet Xueqi was perfectly fine. The more scary part was that he wanted to refine this type of lightning for his own use. No one would dare to imagine refining a tribulation of this level. The slightest mistake would render one to ashes. Just withstanding it alone could allow him to claim invincibility, let alone stealing it. Crack! After refining the tribulation, he had a lightning bolt running through him. It was golden and blinding as if it was gold turning into lightning. This particular lightning had the power of tribulation within. He used this bolt to attack the fused imperial princes. Ah! The 4 screamed and writhed in pain. The 4's grand completion physique and perfect grand Tao were quite mighty. However, they were powerless to resist since the 2 Xueqi were suppressing them. Thus, they had to suffer the power of lightning. What are you doing? The heart of a mother made the queen scream at this sight. Offering to the heaven. Xueqi said flatly, conspiracy never ends well, only in blood. Since you chose to conspire with the ancient Ming, you should have mentally prepared for this pitiful end. Ah! The 4 continued to wail. Die! The distressed queen grabbed the sun and moon to annihilate everything and attacked the azure dragon with her most domineering style. The dragon retaliated with its spear. Each thrust was destructive enough to destroy all like exploding galaxies. Rumble! The 2 sides fought intensely in a stalemate. The queen unleashed more barrages so that she could get past the dragon in order to save her children. At the same time, the furious dragon ferociously defended against her onslaught. The legion's power should come as no surprise. It had stopped waves of merciless onslaughts from the ancient Ming in the past. Clank! After several failed attempts, the queen raised her hand and the virtuous sword came into her grasp. She quietly asked, "Your Majesty, grant me strength." The sword did not answer. No imperial auras or techniques came out. "No, you can't abandon me, you can't." The queen turned pale and screamed after seeing the lack of reaction. Clank! The spear pierced the yin and yang with this ultimate thrust. Because the sword wouldn't respond, the queen had no choice but to throw it away before defending. Ah! The 4 princes continued to scream. Xueqi used the power of tribulation to forcefully undo the fusion. This fused form allowed them to withstand Xueqi for a bit, but after being forced apart, they were up to Xueqi and his clone's mercy. Boom! Boom! Xueqi divided the bolt into 4 golden ones for each of the siblings. The bolts directly pierced into their inner physique. Xueqi was trying to use the tribulation power to sacrifice the 4 of them. "You're forcing me to do this," the queen shouted. Her body instantly became resplendent with an ancient rune carrying a mysterious power. Master, I offer you my blood. She repeated a supreme mantra that echoed across the world. Nameless saint, Tao without hardship, mind without a speck of dust, life for the Tao, her chant continued. At the same time, the same chant resonated in Soaring Immortal. The majority of disciples there chanted the same thing. Nameless saint, Tao without hardship, mind without a speck of dust, my life for the Tao. This was the entry chant for Soaring Immortal, but it was different right now. The chanters' blood were boiling and wanted nothing more than to join the battlefield. As they were chanting, their body lit up as if they were empowered by the high heaven and trusted with its strength. Boom! Loud blasts detonated inside the queen's body. Her blood was circulating faster as if it was awakening. She exuded a holy light and her body nearly became transparent. One could see white as snow blood coursing through her veins. Buzz! When she opened her pretty eyes again, her pupils have become vertical in a bizarre manner. Li Qi smiled after seeing the white blood. So you experimented with your body. Using immortal Emperor Ren Xian's blood to refine the ancient Ming blood. Pushing the darkness to the limit, from black to white. Who says the ancient Ming is the darkness? She screamed. You are the source of darkness in the 9 worlds. The ancient Ming is only a race. It is innocent. With that, her forehead cracked open and a third eye appeared. In the socket was a tiny pool of blood with only a few drops. However, the blood drops changed from red to black. The earth veins from Soaring Immortal resonated with the rippling blood drops. Each inch of Soaring Immortal exuded a sacred light. Looks like the ancient Ming went all out. In order for you to carry out the experiment and have the Soaring Immortal act as its pawn, they actually gave you some ancestral blood. This is the primordial blood of their race. Li Qi was surprised to see this. The queen had a great breakthrough in this blood evolution. She made it look quite holy with a sacred power. This was the reason why the ancient Ming was bullish on her and gave her some ancestral blood drops. She was also determined to turn Soaring Immortal into the sect with the strongest bloodline in the world so that it would reign at the top. Thus, she stained the sect's earth veins with the ancestral blood. Because of this, when she woke up her bloodline, it wouldn't only become stronger due to the disciples' chant but also from the prior assimilation with the earth veins. No one else would be able to do this because these earth veins have been blessed for generations. However, she was the wife of an emperor on top of being extremely gifted. Her talents were among the top 2 during immortal Emperor Ren Xian's generation. With the passage of time, she slowly devoured the earth veins and assimilated the disciples. With the support from the ancestors for the last few generations, especially the ones from the Ren Xian branch, it was too easy for her to take over Soaring Immortal. Boom! A sky appeared behind her, resembling the high heaven. Fiery rays emerged from her body. Normally, an ancient Ming would have a black light upon activating their bloodline. However, her light was extremely holy, capable of converting others into followers. She looked as if she was protected by the high heaven. However, it didn't stop there. More explosions detonated. A kingdom opened behind her. It was endless with the power of trillions of living beings. The disciples who trained her version of the entry chant all disappeared. They turned into holy strings of light and flowed towards her kingdom. They became deities inside and used their majestic life force to empower her even more. Even the earth veins' power was sucked into this ethereal kingdom, allowing her to grasp the power of an entire world. Clank! She had a bone sword at this moment. It was as black as ink with a terrible power of darkness. It seemed capable of piercing through everything. Even true immortals would decay after being pricked by it. Immortality didn't exist before it. This bone sword represented death. Incredible, they went all out in grooming you, to actually give you this bone sword refined from the bone of their progenitor. Li Qi's eyes turned cold with a murderous glint. Chapter 1685. Boom! After her entire bloodline showed its real potential, the queen suppressed the firmaments instantly. She was surrounded with divine rings and an immortal temperament. Each divine ring carried a supreme power as she seemed to have turned into an immortal emperor. The power of arrival. She has broken through the chains of the high heaven. Even the matriarch was alarmed and murmured. The ancestral blood of the ancient Ming allowed her to break through her limits. This is indeed the blessing of the heaven. No wonder why people say that this race is the real favorite of the heaven. The queen was initially an emperor contender, but after this process, she immediately reached the rival level, truly grasping the power to fight against an emperor. This was the terrible part about the ancient Ming bloodline. In theories, a contender would never be able to break the chains of the heavens. There was an uncrossable bridge between a contender and a rival. Moreover, the high heaven wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Otherwise, anyone could become an emperor. Alas, the ancestral blood allowed for her to do so. You deserve death. The queen directly attacked Li Qie with her bone sword. Even though she was radiating a sacred light, she also gave the feeling that she had turned evil. Destroy her. In this split second, shadows rushed out of Soaring Immortal. Each had a frightening aura. With a loud boom, they all unleashed an ultimate attack with an imperial weapon. Qi Shi, you still haven't given up? Fine, I'll play along. The queen shouted after seeing these ancestors making their way out. We shall cleanse the ranks for Soaring Immortal today. The leading ancestors shouted. They burned their own longevity blood to unleash the strongest imperial attack. They were from the other 3 branches of Soaring Immortal, and had been placed under house arrest. This was their long-awaited opportunity, hoping to eliminate all traitors, and they wouldn't hesitate from killing the disciples that have been assimilated by the entry chant. Know your place. The queen sneered and slashed downward with her bone sword. A nefarious flame swept through the sky. One could hear the stars being affected by this flame and instantly became ashes, resulting in a horrifying scene. Clank! The azure dragon came thrusting for the queen. It was teaming with the ancestors from Soaring Immortal in order to put her down. Bang! The stars collapsed again under this exchange. After the boost in the queen's power, the dragon was pushed back in just one move. The ancestors were blown away while vomiting blood. One ancestor screamed and became a mist of blood after the strike earlier. She was simply too strong right now. These ancestors were mighty and even burned their longevity blood. Alas, they couldn't withstand one move from the bone sword. Ah! At the same time, the 4 siblings issued a horrific scream. Their vitality has been sucked dry by Li Qie. The golden bolt was refining their inner physique with their own vitality, but these inner physiques were being dragged out by Li Qie. Die! The queen was in no mood to fight. She crazily howled as her flame erupted. She swung her sword with a slaughtering strike, one that could split the heaven and earth. Under her crazed offense, all the ancestors attacking her were killed instantly. Even the dragon had cracks on its gigantic body. Rumble! The dragon finally became crazy and lit up the world with a bloody red shade. It seemed to have turned into a blood dragon. The Legion was ready to use their real killing move. Let her come. I want her to watch her children die and they to watch their mother die. Li Qie gave the order to the raging dragon. The dragon glared at the queen before slowly retreating. The queen stepped forward and annihilated the stars and myriad Dao. She instantly got close to Li Qie and raised her sword at him while declaring, I will cut you to pieces. Even time and space were being corroded by the sword. Its evil property was too much for anything to handle. This wasn't surprising at all since it was created from the rib bone of the ancient Ming progenitor. The queen's blood had awakened completely, so this made her even more compatible with the sword and its flame. She had changed her human bloodline into a very pure ancient Ming bloodline. She was the only successful one in Soaring Immortal. She had indeed upgraded this particular blood and made it seem holy and exuberant, but this didn't change the darkness affinity of the race. Its corrosive power was still ever so present and destructive. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and slowly answered, As I have said, anyone who conspires with the ancient Ming shall pay a heavy price. No one will be surprised when I make you wail in anguish. It doesn't matter where the ancient Ming is hiding, I'll let them watch their inevitable fate, the power of the 9 worlds and my will to protect it. Die! Her face had become twisted, robbing her of her peerless beauty. With another slash, the evil flame engulfed the area again. Space itself was turning black from this next slash. The Celestials had their light taken away before turning into specks of dust. Not to mention being struck by the sword, just being hit by the flame alone would instantly end an Emperor assailant. Rumble! The 9 worlds all trembled at the same time without exception, from mortal emperor to stone medicine to nether sacred. In a jiffy, imperial auras emerged in all locations, ranging from the ancestral grounds of imperial lineage to the birthplace of emperors, where they once learned the Tao, and their previous abodes. In short, the places where the emperors have left their footstep instantly lit up. Many majestic figures emerged and suppressed the entire area with their will to slay evil. All existences prostrated as the will of the emperors erupted in the worlds. Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Yi Ti, Immortal Emperor Wu Go, Immortal Emperor Bu Si, Immortal Emperor Chen Shui, Immortal Emperor Bai Lian, Immortal Emperor Bai Lian, Empress Hong Tian, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, Immortal Emperor Fan Chen, Immortal Emperor Ba Mie, Immortal Emperor Dao Huai, Immortal Emperor Guan Feng. The majority of emperors that have proven their Dao after the ancient Ming era all emerged around the 9 worlds. Your Majesty! People were full of tears after seeing these figures. This was their first time seeing the supreme appearance of their ancestors, so they became uncontrollably excited. In a short time, cultivators and even mortals dropped to their knees. Every inch of land in the 9 worlds lit up with a brilliant light, from the earth veins to the vast seas of every sect. Complex lines wove around the world. A supreme imperial aura came into being. It looked as if the emperors have blessed the land in full before. Ancestors. The descendants offered their worship to the majestic figures. From this point, imperial lineages, imperial descendants, cultivators who have trained in imperial laws, citizens protected by the emperors, they were full of an imperial power, evident by their bright aura. It looked as if their imperial ancestors were relying on their flesh to return to the world. The complex lines activated an imperial protection in the form of these bright auras. The entire 9 worlds were under their safeguard. At this time, there was no distinction and discrimination between races. The emperors protected everyone as if all were the same, citizens of the 9 worlds. And their only enemy was the ancient Ming. Your Majesty! All sentient beings under this protection, regardless of their background, answered the call of the emperors. A will cropped up in their mind and became one with the battle intents from the emperor. Their will was to protect the 9 worlds and fight the ancient Ming. Boom! Streams of imperial battle intents and the will of all living beings fused together. The empowered will to fight was immensely impressive. Even existences in the burial grounds were very wary of this power. At this time, the old ghost from ancient sky opened his eyes. His expression became serious after seeing the accumulation of wills all over the 9 worlds. Overlords hiding in the burial grounds were in awe as well. There was no way of resisting this new type of power, the result of all emperors after the ancient Ming era leaving behind their battle intents and will to protect the 9 worlds. No one was allowed to challenge this will or they shall be killed without mercy. Chapter 1686. Clank. Sparks went flying. Even though all of this required considerable words to describe, it all happened within a split second. The bony sword aiming for Li Qie was stopped due to a spear appearing out of nowhere. Li Qie wielded it with many Grand Dao accompanying it. Each Grand Dao represented an immortal emperor, mostly from the emperor's era. Even immortal Emperor Ta Kong was there. This spear represented the emperor's battle intent and the 9 worlds' inhabitants' will. It was meant to create the 9 worlds, residing in every inch of the land and everyone's heart. Like I said, show no mercy to those who conspire with the ancient Ming. Watch, no matter where you are hiding, open your dog eyes. The 9 worlds are eternally protected. Get the hell out. His merciless voice filled the world with the stench of blood. Anyone would shiver before his cold and bloodthirsty glare. Even immortal emperors were no exception. Pluff! He instantly threw the spear towards the imperial queen. Ah! Her miserable scream should come as no surprise. She was instantly pinned to the ground despite having the power of an emperor rival. There was no resisting this weapon. Her wails of torment echoed around the world. She struggled, aiming to pull the spear out of her body. However, it was useless. Universal laws were locking her body and slowly refining and separating her body. Her holy light dimmed down along with her sacred breath. The initially white as snow blood began to change to reveal its true darkness. The 9 worlds aren't meant for you, ancient Ming. Li Qie glanced at the queen without any mercy. Not to mention the queen, even a real emperor would be dead for sure. As long as the victim had the bloodline of an ancient Ming, there was no escaping. 9 worlds evil subduer. This was the name of this spear, but it wasn't actually a weapon. It was a sure kill move, created from an accumulation of wills and power from the earth. Its existence was to protect the 9 worlds from the ancient Ming. After the end of the ancient Ming era, this race wasn't completely wiped out because it had the corporeal zone. They still had extremely powerful overlords hiding within. Even Li Qie himself was helpless against this artifact, truly headache-inducing. Moreover, he couldn't always stay in the 9 worlds. Without sufficient preparation, the ancient Ming could always come back to make the 9 worlds its victim. Thus, as the Dark Crow, Li Qie had a grand plan. He signed a supreme agreement and immortal Emperor Min Ran carried it out first. After spending countless efforts of preparing the 9 worlds, Li Qie also had immortal Emperor Min Ran and Empress Hong Tian start by refining and empowering the nets around the 9 worlds. Later on, each successive generation of emperors would do the same to create this sure-kill move. It was the ultimate method of dealing with the ancient Ming in case they were to come back again. At the very least, the inhabitants of the 9 worlds could use this to try and stop them. It wasn't under Li Qie's control but rather, everyone in the world could wield this spear, as long as they had a will to fight against the ancient Ming to the very last drop of blood. No! The 4 siblings screamed after seeing their mother pinned to the ground and groaning. Alas, they couldn't do anything either. Your turn. Li Qie shifted his gaze towards the 4. The lightning bolts jumped frantically into their body and instantly removed all of their blood and cultivation. They used these essences to refine their 4 inner physiques. Ah! The 4 princes howled and were instantly burnt to a crisp. Meanwhile, their inner physiques were refined into the best physique essences using the power of the heavenly tribulation. No! The queen shrieked after being forced to watch her children turn into nothingness. Li, I will haunt you forever. The queen screamed with a twisted expression, and no longer had any semblance of her regal self. Li Qie said coldly, "Many ancient Mings cursed me like that when I massacred them back then. Haunt me? So what? You will still be kneeling before me then." Having said that, he ignored the queen. With a popping sound, the essences of the 4 inner physiques instantly fused with his own. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his 4 inner physiques became dazzling. They spewed out immortal light and Li Qie suddenly became magnificent. The black light of hell suppression, the wondrous light of soaring immortal, the purity of void imperfection, and immense power of sky destroyer. All 4 annihilated the world. Nothing could restrain Li Qie any longer. At this moment, his 4 physiques have finally reached grand completion. When his eyes became bright, everything shivered in fear, even emperors if they were to see this sight. It's finally done. 4 immortal physiques, one and only in history. The matriarch was astonished to see this. In the past, the Black Dragon King was already unbeatable with just 2 but now, His Excellency had 4. Immortal emperors certainly weren't his match any longer. Even Gu Zun gently sighed. He knew he had lost at this point. All of his remaining ace cards were useless. Saints, don't forget your promise. The queen shouted in despair at the horizon. Li Qie at this time posed coolly with both hands behind his back. His eyes resembled 2 divine lamps illuminating every single coordinate in the world. However, regardless of her screaming, the sky was still the same as before. It was as if she was only talking to herself. What a shame, they still won't take action. You're only a pawn in their eyes. Li Qie coldly told the queen. No. I am the only one in the world who had a successful blood evolution. They can't abandon me. She was in complete disbelief. Even immortal Emperor Ran Xian abandoned you, let alone them. The man who loves you the most didn't care. Do you think the ancient Ming would care about a mere pawn? Tell me their location, I might spare your life. He said coldly. No, Ran Xian would never abandon me. The woman drowned in despair murmured to herself and didn't hear Li Qie at all. He became disappointed. The queen simply didn't know the location of the corporeal zone at all. The ancient Ming was too careful. In their eyes, they only had one chance so they must be certain of success. Otherwise, all they have done would be gone with the wind. Especially their last hope, the corporeal zone. If they were to lose this artifact, their entire race would be completely wiped out. The sky remained quiet. There was no sign of any ancient Ming, let alone the corporeal zone. He gently sighed and knew that it wasn't happening. After millions of years, he couldn't wait till the last moment. Alas, he had no other choice because he no longer had eternal life and waited like before. He must keep on going in this generation instead of waiting for the ancient Ming's retaliation. Killing the Queen's group was only an early end to his plan. This was the last sweep before he left the 9 worlds. It also served as a threat to the remnant ancient Ming so that they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As for the future, whether the 9 worlds could oppose the ancient Ming or not, that was up to them. He had done all he could. He would continue forward without caring or protecting the 9 worlds. With that, He shifted his gaze towards Gu Zun, who was still standing calmly there. Li Qie could see his own image on Gu Zun. The guy had indeed learned many things from him. It's unfortunate that the opportunity you were waiting for didn't come. Li Qie shook his head. Gu Zun knew that he had lost and said seriously, I know. I also feel sorry for you, Your Excellency. The ancient Ming still doesn't dare to take action, not biting down on such a tempting bait. Looks like they're giving up on their best pawn. Chapter 1687. Gu Zun spoke with sincerity without the slightest intention of flattery. He didn't wish to run or beg for his life. Gu Zun had been taught by Li Qie in the past, so he understood the guy well. No one could ever change Li Qie's mind once it is made up. He knew that he couldn't escape forever. Thus, he could remain calm in face of death. You do know me well, Li Qie said with a tinge of emotion. It's fun talking to a smart person. It's a shame that you're not my disciple. Gu Zun chuckled in response. I would have ruined your reputation if I was your disciple, unable to learn even a tenth of your ability. Even if you don't think I'm an embarrassment, I wouldn't dare to accept the role. He wasn't being humble with this response. All of Li Qie's disciples were as strong as him. Immortal Emperor Min Ren and Empress Hong Tian were top emperors, capable of doing what they please in the world. Despite being one of the 10 Eonic geniuses with incredible innate talents and a strong mind for strategy, he wasn't Li Qie's disciple. What a shame about your talents, Li Qie said with regrets. The world doesn't always happen the way one wants it to, right? Gu Zun smiled. I don't regret my choice of opposing you. Even if I could redo everything again, I still stand strong by my penchant for treachery. If I had become your disciple, I would have become an emperor. How boring would that be? You have no lack of emperors under your banner, and I wouldn't be as amazing as Empress Hong Tian nor as immovable as immortal Emperor Min Ren. Thus, opposing you is my joy in life. Without a challenge of your level, how lonely would this path be? Of course, I am not a match for you, in your mind, since if you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have needed to wait until now. I'm only a child in comparison in terms of scheming. Gu Zun happily said what was on his mind. Li Qie slowly nodded. That's true. But it is because you lack time. You have both talents and determination. Your weakness comes from a lack of years to accumulate more knowledge. Gu Zun cupped his fist and said, Right, Your Excellency. I'm not the only one though. If you had several more generations, I'm sure you would be able to handle everything. Everything else would be insignificant and swept away by you. No need to talk about things that have passed. How do you want to die? A swift or a little painful death? Li Qie asked. At this time, the two didn't look like enemies at all. Unaware spectators would never expect that two smiling men were just trying to kill each other earlier. Gu Zun calmly faced death. In his mind, he had lost completely the moment Li Qie showed his 4 immortal physiques at grand completion. All of his other ace cards were useless, unable to reverse the tide. Others might not know the significance of 4 physiques, but he was as clear as day. His brother-in-law had 2 physiques and the world learned of his invincibility. Thus, Li Qie's 4 physiques were unimaginable. Moreover, he had other ace cards. For Gu Zun, even if Li Qie and his brother-in-law didn't kill him, life has become meaningless anyway. His pursuit in life was to defeat or even kill the Dark Crow. Now, he knew that the gap was too large. Thus why fear death? You have taught me before and I am ashamed of myself for haven't being able to repay you all this time. Gu Zun smiled. I'm not worthy of being your teacher. Li Qie smiled and said, If you think I have taught you something, I have failed in not being able to pull you back on the right path during all this time. It's not your fault. Gu Zun replied. Even if you have tried your best, our antagonistic relationship was ultimately inevitable. It was a way to make the world less boring, thus I would have decided to test myself against you eventually. That's fine. Everyone makes different choices in life. All right, 3 generations are still a long time. It is time to end this today. Indeed. Gu Zun gently nodded. Even though you lured me with that empty treasury, I'm sure you do have some supreme artifacts in the Grand Sea. You surely came back for them this time around. I don't have any other wishes, but if you can let me die a grand death, I'll be satisfied. Go on. Li Qie looked at him with an amusing grin. Gu Zun went on. Back then, you talked about the blood chain method. So if I have to die, send me on this path. If I can end in this manner, it will be my glory. It will be a merciful gift from you. I shall entertain your wish then. Lichia smiled and took out his Netherlord Hexagear launcher. Of course, killing Guzun didn't require such a weapon. The machine world's art, such a strange way of refinement. This is the highest technology of an epic. The treasure from the matriarch's clan must have come from the same art. In the contemporary, only you would be able to create such a magical artifact. Guzun was in awe at the sight of this weapon. He was able to recognize and understand the origin of the item. In terms of knowledge, even if he wasn't a match for Li Qie, few in the world could be on his level. Yes. Li Qie nodded. This is enough to turn everything into ashes, regardless of the enemy's hiding and defensive capabilities. It's only useless struggle. I'm sure. Back during the Immortal Slaying War, you killed countless ancient Ming and obtained their blood and corpses. Even some from emperors and their heaven's will from the 9 worlds. This combined with the best materials in the world would result in this supreme weapon. It must be the best one in terms of forbidden weapon, and the cruelest. Guzun elaborated in a very pleasant manner. You're granting me your grace by sending me off with this weapon. I am truly grateful. Guzun's attitude was indeed admirable. Even the matriarch was nodding approvingly. Guzun was a worthy Ionic genius. Li Qie held the launcher and smiled. Then let us end what we have started. Having said that, he had aimed his weapon to the target that only he knew about. Time to end this, Guzun said. At this point, he couldn't help but stare towards heaven's suppression in the distant. Regardless of his own characters and morality, the sect was still his family. Whether it gave him pain or warmth, he still sent his last thoughts towards this place. He slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "Goodbye." The corners of his eyes became slightly wet. Fear of death was nowhere to be found. Only some regrets. Pluff! Before Li Qie could fire, Guzun instantly turned himself into a mist of blood. One could hear clanking noises as the mist turned into chain-like laws. They acted like a lock and instantly fixated on a particular moving spatial sphere in the 9 worlds. Boom! At the same time, Li Qie fired the first shot of the launcher. A terrible dark flame rushed out from the barrel. The flame struck the coordinates fixated on by the chains made out of Guzun's blood and turned into a strange explosive serum. Boom! The entire 9 worlds quaked. This serum pierced through space in an instant. It didn't matter where this mystery realm was located or its defensive capabilities. With loud blasts, the serum continued to infiltrate this lair in an unknown location. It shattered through more than 1,000 shiny defensive barriers and began to explode. Ah! Screams echoed continuously. Dark flame engulfed the entire location. Shadows appeared and rushed to the sky, wanting to escape. However, the serum drowned the entire lair instantly before exploding and destroying the place in its entirety. The ancient Ming within had no opportunity to escape, and their lair couldn't change its coordinates in time. Chapter 1688. The Netherflame Serum was the first shot of the Netherlord Hexagear launcher. It instantly crossed through many realms and worlds to destroy the lair of the ancient Ming. It didn't matter how many worlds were in between or its defensive capabilities, even by emperors, the unstoppable shot rendered everything to ashes. The launcher had a total of 6 shots with an increasing level of power. The 6th shot had enough power to slay immortals. After all, it was crafted from the best materials and leftover corpses from the Immortal Slaying War back then. He even added fierce beasts, battle intents, and murderous bloodthirst into the mix. The most precious material was still the blood and flesh of immortal Emperor Long Ming. The ultimate essence among this mix was the heaven's will that was refined in the process. Thus, the power of this godly weapon was simply unfathomable. It was a waste this time around, using the first shot to destroy the lair. Alas, he did it so that they would have no chance of escaping. The blood chain was a method to seal a particular set of coordinates. After the end of the ancient Ming era, Li Qie had used it in order to hunt more lairs. After their destruction, the survivors became quite meticulous and would run at the sensation of the slightest breeze. Furthermore, these lairs were actually mobile. They could fly to any coordinate in space. This was the reason why Li Qie created this method. He directly refined their blood to seal space and destroy their lair. He had taught Gu Zun in the past, so Gu Zun was also aware of this process. During the beginning of the Great Battle, Gu Zun had always been keeping an eye out on any fluctuation in time and space above. Soaring Immortal was only an experiment. The ancient Ming was naturally keeping an eye out for the fight to the death between Li Qie and the Imperial Queen. This battle had a lot to do with their future. If the Imperial Queen were to win, this would usher in a new era for them. In case of the opposite, they would continue to hide in the darkness. Just the slightest rustling would bring about Li Qie's attention and swift destruction. Because of this, they were only spectating. Alas, it didn't matter how far they were and how well they did, there would definitely be some type of fluctuation in their location. Of course, Gu Zun didn't intend on killing all the ancient Ming in the beginning while trying to find them. He was only waiting to see if they would mobilize or not. As an Eonic genius, he had some supreme talents. Though the 9 worlds were large, he quickly latched on to a particular coordinate and predicted that there was an ancient Ming lair there. But after the Queen's defeat due to the ancient Ming's inaction, he understood that it was over. There was no chance for him to reverse the tide. The nature of this utter defeat left Gu Zun with peace. He had no attachments left, so he decided to lend Li Qie a hand before dying. He refined himself into blood in order to seal the location of the ancient Ming, allowing Li Qie to destroy the lair with one shot. This was Gu Zun's one and only deed to repay the Dark Crow. They were enemies yet not, teacher-disciple but not quite so. This strange relationship had finally ended. Everything had turned to ashes with the ultimate shot. A supreme genius of this era had fallen as well. Li Qie quietly sighed and lamented for Gu Zun's talents and firm Dao heart. Alas, the guy chose a different path. If he were to pick the orthodox Dao path, he could have become an extremely brilliant emperor. Alas, there was no chance to redo and no medicine for regrets. After starting on this path, Gu Zun's fate had been sealed and his death was only a matter of time. Li Qie put away the launcher before glancing at the sky where the Black Dragon King has been lurking. However, the king didn't ask him to stop this time around. This wasn't Gu Zun's first mistake, so any effort of beseeching was useless. Li Qie would never stop until Gu Zun's death. Because of this, his death was an ideal ending for all parties involved. His existence itself made many people lost sleep in perpetual anxiety. Ah! A miserable scream came from the queen pinned by the evil subduer spear. Her holy self had revealed its true evil color with dark flames floating around. She looked like a devil from the darkness. The spear intended on refining her into oblivion as well, removing all traces of her from this world. It was created for the sake of destroying the ancient Ming. Thus, when it started its process, it would burn the bloodline completely so that none would spread to the rest of the world. The queen was on fire due to the spear. Inch by inch, her flesh was burning. Any existence would be victim to this spear and be erased completely. Li Qie said flatly while watching the wailing queen, "You chose this path. Do not blame me for being cruel. I am a human, so when an ancient Ming appears in front of me, I will muster all my might to destroy them, subjecting them to eternal damnation." The spectators, no matter how powerful they may be, were speechless. The imperial queen used to be the topic of splendor and royalty, beloved by all, but this was her end today. Of course, sympathy was nowhere to be found. A human choosing the path of the ancient Ming, she couldn't blame anyone for her own choices and must pay the price. Poof! The queen finally turned to ashes. The bright sky behind her disappeared as well. Strands of light returned to Soaring Immortal. Many disciples and ancestors appeared once again. They cultivated the entry chant or had been tainted by the ancestral blood in the past, so they ended up boosting the queen's bloodline. After her death, they returned to their original location. However, there was an evil flame floating around their body. The power of darkness from this race had tainted their own bloodline. Buzz! Some disciples began an evil transformation. Some even grew wings and became a half-man, half-monster. No! Seeing this transformation left them pale in horror. Whoosh! Evil subduer soared into the sky. With a series of loud explosions, the spear split into many little ones. They instantly pinned all the transformed disciples from Soaring Immortal to the ground, causing them to scream. Shimmering light flowed through the little spears. Each transformed disciple was engulfed in a fire. The spear would never allow this bloodline to exist in this world. Ah! Soaring Immortal became a scene of hell. No one would link this place to a sect with 5 emperors. the sacred ground for cultivation in the eyes of many cultivators. The lucky survivors were horrified. Their knees grew weak and made them tremble. They would never forget today's scene. The pure disciples were few in number. They were the ones that have only joined the sect or haven't trained in the modified version. Of course, some mortals that never trained were spared as well. Eventually, the screams subsided. All the tainted disciples were turned to ashes and blown away by a gentle breeze. There was nothing left of them in this world. Chapter 1689. Lichia glared at the survivors from Soaring Immortal and uttered coldly, "Run as far as you can. Soaring Immortal is no more." The survivors shuddered after regaining their wits. Lichia was supreme at this moment with his 4 grand completion immortal physiques. Each of his words carried an unquestionable authority. He wasn't an emperor yet he was above one. The world was in awe of him. They didn't dare to mouth off at all and quickly fled out of Soaring Immortal, the place that used to be their home. In their eyes, the weak had no voice. It was either to run and live or stay behind to be killed. Thus they chose to run. There was no way for them to oppose Lichia since they were mere ants in comparison. Staying behind was a waste of time. Lichia was too lazy to care for them and let them roam free. He had no interest in massacring them all. No one had any comment during the aftermath. The peerless Soaring Immortal used to be able to give orders to the rest of the world. How many people would have dared to go against them? Who would have thought that this sect would fall in just one night and its disciples ran like dogs? Lichia shifted his cold gaze towards the sky. He peered through the world again. No coordinates in space could elude him in this second. His 4 physiques amplified his presence. Each action was extremely threatening. One could even say that night was when he closed his eyes and day was when he wished it so. At this point, even emperor rivals were fearful of him. No one wanted to oppose him at this second. They were afraid that he would suddenly make a move against them. With his current power it would be all too easy. 4 grand completion immortal physiques. What an existence. The world should quiver before him. As long as he is around, ancient Ming and even an immortal emperor, if one is around, could only tremble in fear. Yu Zhangfeng, who was always staying behind his wine shop's counter, actually came out to look at the sky and murmured in a daze. Lichia took action after all the survivors from Soaring Immortal ran out. Boom! Several forbidden grounds were penetrated by him. The defense from the emperors and wise sages were useless and couldn't stop him. Rumble! He dragged the treasuries from within along with the divine trees and sacred springs. The treasures were dazzling with immortal laws floating around them. Sacred water gushed from the springs while amazing light came out of the trees. People swallowed their saliva after seeing these treasures. Even those who were used to treasures couldn't help gulping either. This was a sect with 5 emperors that had been established during the ancient Desolace expansion era. After eras of accumulation, it had countless treasuries. Lichia alone took them all today to the envy and greed of the crowd. Of course, no one would dare to do anything. Fiercest had already destroyed Soaring Immortal. There was nothing he couldn't annihilate. It was simply suicidal to anger him. After taking all the treasures like the wind, he stared at the land and declared, "This is a good location, leaving it like this is a waste, maybe I should leave something behind." Having said that, he took out a seed from a wooden box and released it. The seed instantly drilled into the ground afterward. It was a supreme seed that had been refined multiple times by him. He had indeed spent a lot of effort on it. This used to be the evil Taifa tree's seed, but it had lost this evil aura now. Moreover, it had fused with the blood soul worm to perfection. More importantly, he had also refined them with the lightning from his pillar of light, giving it a unique characteristic. Rumble! The entire sect quaked and a tree grew from the ground. It kept on increasing in size at an astounding pace. In a short time, this sapling turned into a tree that blotted out the sky, yet it was still growing. Boom! 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 The thick roots of the tree cracked the ground and entered. There were cracks everywhere in the sect. These roots infiltrated all the locations, creating thousands of holes around the sect. Thunders and lightning bolts were striking down during this whole growing process. They looked like thunderous waterfalls that could shatter the world. Eventually, this tree has reached its limit in size. Its leaf was the size of peaks. Even the stars were surrounding it. Due to the loud thunders, it looked as if the tree itself was turning into a new world. The scary part was that half of the tree had a divine flashing aura. The other half had evil images and flames. One half divine, one half evil. They rotated around like the yin and yang as if wanting to become eternal as well. Everyone was afraid of this sight. The tree looked as if it was containing a world of thunder. A god fiend would definitely be born from within. Will a god fiend come out? A spectator murmured. The crowd was amazed as well, with their hair standing on ends after sensing the tree's world-destroying power. Let's call it the Thunderblood tree then. Xueqi gave it a name after the successful growth. Despite knowing the name now, no one understood what was special about the tree. Of course, they were aware of just how incredible it was. After all, it grew from the soaring immortal sect and had taken all of the location's power. Xueqi nodded approvingly from seeing the fruit of his effort. He had thought about planting the seed ever since he destroyed the ancestral Terra, but he endured the temptation. The Terra was indeed amazing, but it couldn't give birth to a complete tree like this. Only the ancestral ground of soaring immortal would be the right location. This tree was virtually perfect and would be very useful in the future. Rumble! The gigantic tree absorbed everything in the sect. Rolling mountain ranges turned into wasteland while the rivers were sucked dry. The vast territory of the sect had become worthless. Boom! With a final bang, all of soaring immortal collapsed into an expanse of dust. The specks fell down from the sky just like a sandstorm wishing to reach all the corners in the world. Chapter 1690. Soaring immortal had turned to ashes that fluttered away with the wind. There was no trace left of the great sect that had once ordered the world through many generations. The behemoth had fallen. The name Soaring Immortal and its legends shall be no more in the 9 worlds. Imperial lineages and invincible characters were speechless and palpitated. It was definitely the strongest lineage around, yet it still couldn't escape the fate of destruction. The moniker, Fiercest, was fear-instilling at this moment. The old geezers who knew his real identity were even more shaken. The eternal ruler, the dark hand behind the curtain, an existence that had groomed immortal emperors, someone that had killed emperors before. Who would dare to oppose this man? Buzz! Xueqi opened his fate palaces. They flew outside and instantly engraved an indelible seal on the Thunderblood tree. Once this was done, it would allow Xueqi to always have control over it. It wouldn't matter how much time has passed or how powerful the tree became, the mark would make sure that it would be under the laws of the palaces. Xueqi spread out his palm and the tree shrunk with extreme speed. It was originally big enough to devour the world, but now, it was a tiny tree floating on his palm. There were still lightning arcs flowing through it along with rumbling thunder. People still had the same sensation as before when it was bigger. They could still see celestials floating around it. He looked up in the sky for another search but found nothing again. At this point, he lamented the fact that his opponents were so cautious. There was no way for him to find them if they chose to hide due to the corporeal zone. The person in charge of the corporeal zone was too cautious. Even though the queen with her unique evolutionary bloodline was killed and their lair destroyed, they still chose to hide in the darkness, not making a single sound. They were aware that once they did something, Xueqi would use his full force to kill them. At that point, even the corporeal zone might fall in his hand. For the remaining survivors of the ancient Ming, losing the corporeal zone would be losing their last bastion and hope. It would signify the true end of their race. In the end, Xueqi could only sigh. This was all he could do for the 9 worlds. Boom! The legion in the form of the dragon returned to their original form. Countless lineages felt a cold chill because this legion was powerful enough to sweep through the 9 worlds. Just think about it. Even the 8 legions from Soaring Immortal couldn't resist at all. How could anyone else resist their murderous advance? Good job! Xueqi nodded after seeing the legion. Worldkeeper and the soldiers bowed ceremoniously towards him and got down on one knee. For them, this might have been their last battle with Xueqi. After he left the 9 worlds, they would never be able to fight under his banner any longer on the battlefield. Rise, perpetual glory shall be yours, Xueqi told the men in the legion. They straightened their backs and shouted after the true god. Men withdraw. A large portal appeared and the legion instantly left. They once again removed their armors to return to their home. After their departure, Xueqi took one step and disappeared as well. In the sky, the first body of the Black Dragon King was still guarding there. He had been observing keenly, waiting for the ancient Ming. It's time for me to leave, Maybe we will meet again in the future. Lichia sighed and said. The king's forehead flashed brightly as if a rune was emerging. Lichia stretched out his palm and touched it. Images immediately appeared in his mind. A grand battle was happening with immortal Emperor Ta Kong, the Black Dragon King, the immortal Demon Grotto, and the ancient Ming. These unbelievable scenes all showed up in his mind. His eyes turned cold with flashing glint that could dissect the world. Each gaze could kill a god-fiend and cause any existence to tremble. After the images slowly dispersed, Lichia withdrew his hand and looked at the dragon. I will personally take a trip to settle this. The dragon only issued out dragon hymns that seemingly crossed through time itself. Lichia continued. Your third body and soul are dead, so it won't be easy to redo your first and second generation either. You have a body right now but no complete soul. Turning a fragmented soul into a complete one is easier said than done. It will require many years. This current body of the king, powerful it might be, it lacked a complete soul. For a cultivator, this meant a lack of a true fate. They were only a walking corpse in essence. There was no way for them to become a real living entity. This was the case for the Black Dragon King. It was also prohibitively difficult for this fragmented soul to become complete. It required a long period of gestation with unguaranteed success. Lichia took out a bottle and handed it to the dragon. Soul creation is the business of the heaven and earth, completely out of the boundary of living beings like us, but we still need to give it a shot. I can't stay in the 9 worlds, but this pinnacle life water can be of use. I hope that you will be able to create a new soul and cultivate a true fate again. This liquid was unbelievably precious. Even emperors yearned for it. Just one bottle alone could drive the entire world crazy. Don't underestimate this tiny bottle. It contained a large amount of this liquid since it was all he had. Nevertheless, he gave it all to the dragon in order to assist him with his goal. After accepting the bottle, the dragon let out a lasting roar. It moved its tail back and forth and flew to the sky before jumping down into the Grand Sea for another recuperation period. The dragon couldn't come into being for too long, or this could destroy its fragmented soul. Without this soul fragment, it would become a real corpse. After the king left, Lichia gently sighed and returned to the Grand Sea. This was the time for him to say goodbye and leave. Chapter 1691. Lichia went to say goodbye to Matriarch Yu's group. Your Excellency. The matriarch kowtowed. This might be her last opportunity to perform this grand ceremony towards him. Lichia lifted her up and spoke softly. No party lasts forever. You have followed me your whole life. It's time to bid farewell. He was too used to such sentimental scenes, but he still became slightly emotional. I wonder if I will be able to see you again. The matriarch was emotional. People came and went through the years. Even His Excellency, the Eternal, had to leave right now. Lichia eventually said, there are endless possibilities in the world, leave it to time. May you come back triumphantly. In the end, the matriarch gave him her blessing. There were too many words in her mind, but this was all she could say. I also hope that you will be able to live for a long time to come. Lichia said. He felt the same difficulty as her in expressing their goodbye. After saying their goodbye, Lichia no longer hesitated and left. The matriarch stood there and watched until his shadow disappeared into the horizon. Tears finally flowed from her eyes as she said, Goodbye, Your Excellency. The 9 worlds are less brilliant without your presence. His next destination was Heaven's Suppression. However, he didn't interfere with its affair and only came to see Xueqi. Get ready, it is time to leave. I leave the arrangements of Heaven's Suppression to you. Lichia told Xueqi. She gently nodded. I understand, I will make good preparations. Even though she couldn't bear to leave her home, she still chose to do so because a broader horizon was waiting for her. This is the right choice. Lichia nodded. Staying here would only waste your talents and the immortal's blood spear. This is a weapon that had killed an emperor before. Don't let it rust here in Heaven's Suppression. It should appear above the 9 heavens to pierce the throats of gods again. Are you confident in doing so? She took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. I will not let down my Tao. I shall use it to break down all obstacles. Such determination is good. Go get ready then. Lichia said before leaving. The peacock monarch also visited to send him off. They didn't get far before Lichia stopped and told her, Go back, Heaven suppression is waiting to rise again. It needs new blood like you to shine again. The monarch smiled wryly and didn't become excited about having new authority in the sect. On the contrary, she felt an unprecedented pressure. After all, if they didn't work hard this time, they would be letting down their ancestors. Ancestor Shan and Ancestor Yi are still around to give orders. We juniors will do our best as well. The monarch said. Ancestor Yi was naturally Yi Jojo. He survived the fight against Soaring Immortal. No, they're old now. Heaven suppression needs the young generation. When they are capable, the sect will flourish. The old generation alone can't support a sect. It would be like the setting sun. A downfall is inevitable. Li Qie shook his head. The monarch quietly nodded. She understood the logic, but the burden was quite heavy, especially after Xueqining's departure. Yi Jojo is a capable person. Li Qie chuckled. I don't care what he had done, but remember, he will never betray heaven suppression. The sect will do fine with his support. But Ancestor Yi is, the monarch quietly said. After the end of the battle, Yi Jojo turned himself in at heaven suppression. However, Xueqining pardoned him. Nevertheless, he had been down ever since Gu Zun's death. After all, he considered Gu Zun to be his father. He'll get over it. The guy had experienced enough troubles in his life. He will know what to do for heaven suppression and determine its future path. Li Qie answered with a smile. I understand. The monarch gently nodded before bowing deeply towards him. Even though our time together was short, your guidance has left me a lifetime of benefit, especially on my Dao path. I will always remember your kindness. Li Qie nodded and accepted her gesture. He then crossed through space, all the way from the Grand Sea back to the Grand Middle Territory to return to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Bu Lianxiang's group all came out to meet him. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao ran ahead of the pack. Young noble. Chen Baojiao couldn't restrain herself and rushed forward to give her young noble a tight hug containing her love and how much she had missed him. Come, come, all give me a hug. He happily gave everyone a hug. The girls all smiled back at him. Finally, he tightly embraced Bu Lianxiang. She spoke softly to him with love. Welcome home. Li Qie smiled while looking at the girls. It didn't matter how far he had gone. He would return to this place because there were people who cared for him here and vice versa. First brother is back. The news of his return quickly spread across the entire sect. The atmosphere became jubilant. All the disciples were excited, especially the ones that have recently joined. They wanted nothing more than to catch a glimpse of their first brother's supreme style. As the sect was celebrating, Li Qie and Bu Lianxiang enjoyed a moment alone in their room. They gently embraced each other. What are you worrying about? After a while, she looked at him with concern. He chuckled and looked down at the beautiful woman before him. It's nothing, no big deal. I do plan on visiting the heavenly corpse burial ground though. You are, if it is for my sake, no need to do so. She was slightly surprised. Even if it wasn't for you, I still want to go. He gently sighed. I still can't let go. Because of the ancient Ming? Bu Lianxiang understood. You know me. He didn't hide it at all. Yes, I am still worried that the ancient Ming would come back, so I have made up my mind about going to the burial ground. Everything has a price, she said quietly. Having been buried in a dragon vein in there before, she had a certain understanding of the place. I name the price in this generation. No one will barter with me, he said leisurely. No matter who they may be, they must follow the agreement decided by me. Otherwise, I won't mind flattening a few burial grounds. I must show them my determination in protecting the 9 worlds. She embraced his neck and said, The inhabitants of the 9 worlds fear you and even curse you. But how many actually understand you and know of your deep love for the 9 worlds? How many are aware that you have protected it for generations? Even though you want to leave, you still can't abandon the 9 worlds. I don't care what they think. He smiled and said slowly, If you agree, I will go get you another generation at the burial ground? She pondered before speaking. I know that you can't let go and I can't either. But there is a price to pay for exchanging an entire generation of longevity. I won't have freedom, so if I have to pick, I rather leave in a more elegant fashion. Plus, we have lived long enough now, since the ancient Ming era to the present. Plus, I should stay and carry your lineage here in the 9 worlds. You're worried about the ancient Ming coming back, right? I can watch this world for you with what remains of my lifespan and create a lineage capable of stopping the ancient Ming. Someone in the future will quietly guard over this world. She held him tighter. He embraced her back and said, "Why must life always be so difficult? My love, you are an unyielding man. Do not hesitate because of me." She smiled. "Don't make me suffer in order to live longer. This is my choice. Let me leave in peace. Our time together is even more precious than an eternity." "I understand," he quietly replied. Even though he could change all of this, he respected her choice. After all, time had no emotions. Living for longer wouldn't necessarily bring happiness. He had immortality once. He knew that facing the endless time was a type of torment. Chapter 1692. Li Jie immediately headed for ancient Sky City. It wasn't for himself, but an agreement was necessary for the 9 worlds. It was a completely different mood and feeling on this second visit. Last time, he came together with Li Shuangyan's group. Now he was all alone. He gazed at the entire burial ground and wondered if its existence was good or bad for the 9 worlds. However, the ancient Ming remained the greatest threat. He went to Old Ghost's shop right away. It was still the same as before, as if it would never change through the river of time. Nothing could ever destroy this tiny shop. Old Ghost was still hiding inside, but he immediately opened his eyes once Li Jie entered. His eyes, with more white than black, seemed to be revolving like the yin and yang, capable of refining the 9 worlds. He ignored the terrible gaze fixated on him. The truth was that after reaching grand completion with 4 physiques, he could sweep through all enemies without relying on schemes and methods. He sat coolly in front of the old man and stared at him. "I'm old and have forgotten about many things," the old man said feebly. "Including a particular legend, of course. However, this legend is sitting in front of me. I don't blame you for not remembering." Li Jie chuckled. "You are only an avatar. Time will wash away your memories and will. But certain things can't be forgotten. They have been engraved into the depth of your soul." "Yes, forgetting is not necessarily a bad thing," the old man murmured. His eyes became dazed as if it was completely empty. "I want to meet you." After a long silence, Li Jie requested. "I'm right before you, I am me." The old man spoke powerlessly. "No, not you, not the one before me." Li Jie shook his head. "You are only an avatar to avoid the high heaven. I want to meet the you hiding in the burial ground, evading the tribulation from the villainous heaven, the you that can form a blood pact with me." The old man's eyes lit up as if they were 2 suns. This scorching power could pierce through everything in the world. Li Jie was unmoved before this gaze and sat there calmly, waiting for a response. Eventually, the gaze disappeared. His eyes became muddled like before and shook his head. "The Grand Tao is not easy, but hiding away is even harder. There is too much chaos around. Messing with the mundane world will invite the attention of the high heaven towards our burial ground. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so reclusive. If you really want to meet, come with the nether boat and leave it up to fate." "This is not up to you, we must meet." Li Jie smiled and said, "I don't care for your reasons and I don't have time to board the boats. That's why I need you to understand my intent. Whether you are willing or not, you must meet me. Our burial ground isn't the place for you to act imperiously. Outside of the high heaven, we're not afraid of anything." The old man answered slowly and solemnly. Each of his words was full of power. "I'm aware," Li Jie replied. "Even though each epic has a different comprehension of the 9 grand scriptures, and the 9 scriptures themselves have different meanings in each epic having to do with their resonation with the origin of the Grand Tao, but go ahead, use the perspective of our era to take a look, see how powerful my 4 grand completion physiques are. Is it capable of tearing your heavenly corpse burial ground apart? You might not remember some of the legends since you are old and your memory's rotten, but you should know that I possess other means with comparable power to the 4 physiques." He paused here and stared at the ghost. "Do you want me to kill my way in or get someone to invite me in? Your choice." Having said that, he turned and left the shop. The old man sat there for a long time in silence. It was as if time had stopped. Even millions of years later, he would still have the same posture. After leaving the shop, Li Jie entered the burial ground itself. It was still the same as before and engulfed in the same corpse energy. Earth corpses were everywhere. He instantly unleashed his 4 physiques with their spewing immortal radiance. He suppressed the entire area with an unstoppable prestige while holding nothing back. It was akin to an immortal emperor visiting. The ruler of the world has arrived. Gods, devils, and all fiends must retreat or prostrate. All the earth corpses instantly kneeled on the ground, not daring to lift their head. The 4 physiques have completely suppressed them. Fiercest. The cultivators here were stunned to see Xueqi. Ancestors and kings were obediently dropping to the ground. This power made all resistance futile. After exuding his power, he quickened his pace to the horror of the spectators. They thought that he was about to declare war against the burial ground. Fiercest wants to challenge and capture the heavenly corpse burial ground before becoming an emperor? It would really be an unprecedented achievement. An ancestor murmured. Not too many people would dare to fight against a burial ground. Only emperors after obtaining the heaven's will were qualified to do so. Otherwise, it didn't matter how brilliant they were before the ascension, they wouldn't dare to attempt this reckless task. Xueqi crossed through the dragon veins and locations with sleeping earth immortals. The ones sleeping here were all amazing talents such as the martial god and lion monarch. When Xueqi forced his way in, both treasure lords and earth immortals were quiet. They didn't dare to act out despite being woken up. Though they were exceedingly powerful when they were alive, they felt that they would be crushed instantly by this intruder. He stopped at the heaven-reaching peak and glanced at the coffin hanging on the steep wall. The coffin opened and a middle-aged man sat up. The man had an armor that was penetrated completely through his chest. Even though so much time had passed, this wound still couldn't close. He was a tall and handsome man with sharp eyebrows. One could tell that he was a dashing charmer during his youth. This was the person who helped Xueqi's group back then when the lion monarch and the martial god chased after them. After seeing him, Xueqi took one step to reach the area and sat down next to him, revealing a faint smile. The lords and earth immortals always talk about the legends of His Excellency, the Dark Crow. Who would have thought that you would personally come into being in this generation? The middle-aged man said with a tinge of emotion. The world is always unpredictable like that. Xueqi chuckled. Since I'm here, I shall make this generation special. The middle-aged man carefully thought about his next question. What is the purpose of your visit, Your Excellency? Is it to meet the lord of this place? Yes. Xueqi nodded. I need to talk to the burial ground. The middle-aged man believed that only Xueqi could negotiate on even grounds with this burial ground. Not to mention his past identity, just his 4 physiques alone now were enough to shake the entire place. He simply sighed, not wishing to state what was on his mind. Xueqi noticed and said, I know you want to live again for a generation. Alas, it is too late. If I were to wish it so, I could discuss this with the burial ground. But as you are now, you are not worth my effort. Chapter 1693. I know that I have lost my chance since I refused your tutelage back then, letting down your good intention. The middle-aged man smiled and said, No, that's not the case. Xueqi shook his head. I wanted to make you my disciple, but this wasn't out of anything personal. I was hoping that someone could shoulder the heavy responsibility of fighting against the ancient Ming in the 9 worlds. A sky-piercing genius from the human race that could defeat the young Tian Tu and take the heaven's will to stop that race's monopoly. It wasn't about me training an emperor. The 9 worlds needed one, the human race needed one. Having said that, he stared at the man and said, But you refused. You believed that you could oppose Tian Tu alone based on your talents, to go against the ancient Ming and win. No need to rely on me, an outsider, to become your Tao protector. But you lost against Tian Tu and the 9 worlds lost against the ancient Ming. If my recruitment was due to personal reasons, I wouldn't have pushed back the ancient Ming with the arrow for you back in the bamboo forest. I wouldn't have led my army to protect your rear at the towering heaven either so that you could fight against Tian Tu. I wanted the 9 worlds to have a spark capable of stopping the ancient Ming. Alas, your pride and arrogance were the reasons for your continuous failures. He became cold here and said flatly, An Ionic genius is indeed amazing and precious. However, how many of them have actually become immortal emperor? What was the reason behind the high failure rate? It was out of sheer arrogance and blind confidence in their talents. They believed that they were untouchable, no need to learn from anyone. If it wasn't to stop the ancient Ming, do you think I would have saved you so many times? One needs to seize the moment instead of just relying on sheer talents and fortunes. Otherwise, everything will be wasted. I did let you down and you are right about my lackings. The middle-aged man smiled. I don't have many regrets about the past, only that I had never been able to defeat Tian Tu even once while he made me suffer for generations. The Grand Tao is endless. Talents alone won't do. One needs vision and a strong Tao heart. Li Qie said. The man laughed. I'm sure you're not here to make fun of me, Your Excellency. You're not one to hold a grudge. If I was that type of person, I would have destroyed you or let you die long ago, not just come here to mock you. I'm here to tell you something. Your enemy is still alive. He will take action sooner or later. Can you come out again? Li Qie replied. The man shuddered. He calmed his emotions but his trembling hands betrayed him. Even if you could come into being for the second time, you will only be slaughtered. Li Qie shook his head. Even if your wound were to heal, allowing you to return to your peak, you're still no match for him just like before. I once had great hopes for you but now, I see that you are not capable of shouldering the heavy responsibility. Li Qie was very disappointed and sighed after seeing the man's current state. The man took a deep breath. After a brief lull, he smiled wryly and said, You are right. Even if I come out again, defeat is imminent. Certain things can't be reversed. It is impossible. Li Qie didn't want to say anything else. He could tell that even if the man were to come out, he wouldn't be of much use. Are you here this time because of the ancient Ming? The man asked with a solemn expression. Li Qie didn't hide it and nodded. That's right, the ancient Ming still has remnants left in the 9 worlds and will come back when the time is right. They will not accept peace for they covet the fat land that is the 9 worlds. Darkness will return. Thus, the 9 worlds need protectors. I want some to be around after I leave. The man bitterly smiled. It's so embarrassing. Your Excellency, you have always cared for and protected the 9 worlds for many generations. But I only think about my personal feud, unable to quell my desires and stubbornness instead of worrying about the 9 worlds and its inhabitants. Back then, I have always wanted to settle the score with Tian Tuesday. I wanted revenge for my sect, that was the only thing on my mind. But I never thought about their enslavement of the myriad races and the terrorizing darkness. I deserve all of this right now. He gently sighed. Wait and keep at it. Perhaps something will change for the better. Li Qie said slowly. It is up to your own effort whether you are worthy of taking up the mantle as a protector of the 9 worlds. I can't force you to do anything. You will have to make up your own mind and walk on your own path. Will you keep on burying yourself here or go all out when the darkness returns and offer your strength? It is up to a single intent from you. The man became quiet after hearing this. Li Qie no longer wished to continue the conversation and left the peak. After a long period of contemplation, the man gently sighed and gazed towards the horizon in a daze. What was left in this world? Anything that he was still attached to? The people of the past were gone. His sect had turned into ashes. The ones he loved and those who loved him have returned to the soil. The only thing that he couldn't let go, the driving force behind his will to survive, was his one desire. The coffin closed again with a loud bang and his disappointment. Li Qie marched onward, deeper into the burial ground. However, a series of orderly noises exploded before he made it to the deepest area. A coffin appeared before him, carried by a group of ants. The speed was unbelievably fast. How could these ants have such power and speed? Li Qie smiled and murmured. This is it, riding it this generation. Not a bad start. Boom! Some ants opened the lid, revealing the empty content. Li Qie couldn't help but smile and thought about an old phrase. The appearance of the underworld signals the rise of rebirth. The path to heaven debuts the way to the divine stone. Enter the heavenly coffin to obtain eternality. Awaken the corpse earth to achieve the everlasting blessing of the heavens. This is all I can do for the 9 worlds. Its fate is in its hands. Li Qie gently sighed and stepped inside without any hesitation. He laid down like a corpse. Boom! The ants closed the lid instantly. With a series of rumble, they carried the coffin towards the deeper region of the burial ground. It was completely quiet inside the coffin. Li Qie couldn't hear anything or even feel the movement of the coffin. It was especially comfortable inside, like lying on one's own bed, and quickly met with a sweet dream. He wasn't afraid or anxious while inside and didn't care where it was taking him. If the place came to greet him like this, It didn't have any malicious intent. The concept of time didn't exist here. Who knows how long he had been inside before reaching the destination. The ants were no longer there when the lid came off once more. A gloomy palace stood before him, one that had been split into two halves. Many things here were broken beyond description. However, a large chair remained perfect. The aura of this chair made people wonder whether a lord used to sit there and gave orders to the rest of the world. The separation gap was a bottomless abyss. There was no light below, no sound either. Any creature falling into this abyss would be swallowed instantly. The mood here and the fact that this was the heavenly corpse burial ground would scare even the most courageous. Chapter 1694. After getting out of the coffin, Lichia climbed up and sat on the throne. It seemed that this particular throne was created by a supreme existence. Unfortunately, things have changed and stars have moved. Even this imperial chair was wasting away in this place. He looked down at the abyss next to him with a flashing glint that could see through all illusions and time itself. Nothing in this world could elude his eyes. In this split second, it illuminated the bottom of the abyss. He could see everything clearly. A scowl came from below. This scowl alone could shatter the galaxy and annihilate true gods. It was enough to make the 9 worlds tremble. It contained a peerless and unquestionable divinity. No one could challenge its power. Lichia ignored the scowl and simply smirked. "I heard you wanted to see me." A voice finally came from the abyss. It was feeble, and upon a careful listening, one would find that it was completely identical to that of the old ghost. They would think that the old ghost was hiding below. "Yes." Lichia smiled and looked around the place. He leisurely commented, "The abode of the heavenly corpse lord. I have always wanted to come here but have been unsuccessful due to the obstacles. The heavenly corpse burial ground is not inside the 9 worlds or any world for that matter. Plus, we do not welcome outsiders." The old ghost responded, "I know, only the remnant of an epoch." Lichia replied, "All of you buried yourselves in the best location of your epoch for generations to avoid the punishment of the villainous heaven, evading the ultimate judgment. But this only turned all of you into moving corpses. Allowing you here shows our respect and goodwill. I expect the same in return." The old ghost replied, "I'm not unhappy or anything." Lichia smiled. "This is indeed a very prestigious entrance, being carried by the ants here. Only you enjoy this treatment in the entire burial ground." The old ghost became silent before speaking. "Since you are here, you must have a transaction for me." "I'm listening." "It's nothing. I only want to have someone watch the 9 worlds for me." Lichia smiled and said, "The ancient Ming doesn't only have some defeated soldiers, their lords are still around. Some immortal emperors are still hiding in the 9 worlds. Thus, I hope someone can take charge after I leave and win a decisive battle." "That's impossible. You have been the ruler of the 9 worlds during your Dark Crow's days. You should be aware that I haven't left this burial ground for who knows how many years? I don't even remember." The old ghost said. Lichia nodded. "I know. You must pay a great price to forcefully leave this place. That's why my hands are tied. You will need to ask someone else." The old ghost replied, "Of course, if you really need something, my avatar can do it for you. It does owe you a favor." "No." Lichia shook his head. "I won't deny the immense power of your avatar. It can fight against an emperor, but I need one decisive battle to annihilate the ancient Ming. They have the corporeal zone. Your avatar isn't enough even if it goes all out. Plus, it is not stable at all due to the withering of time. There are too many restrictions. Then I can't help you. The price of leaving this place for me is beyond your imagination." The old ghost concluded. "That's your business and I won't be inquiring further." Lichia chuckled. "I want to let you know that I'm not here to negotiate. You must do it regardless of your intent." "You are threatening me?" A chilling aura erupted from the depth that could instantly kill a true god and freeze 3,000 worlds over. Lichia was unperturbed on the throne and calmly answered, "Correct, I am threatening you. You are indeed powerful, not one yet but even mightier than an emperor. But don't forget, this is the heavenly corpse burial ground, not your 9 worlds. You're not allowed to leave in such a haughty manner under my domain." The old ghost said coldly. Lichia smiled back. "I know, No one is allowed to be impudent here. Even an emperor does not think they can leave this place unscathed, or some would have taken it down already. However, let me ask you, you think you can kill me if you go all out? How many moves? The old man didn't reply. I'm not afraid of death or anyone who wants to kill me. I don't think anyone can do so either, outside of the villainous heaven. Li Qie spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. There are things much worse than death. The old ghost stated. I have experienced too many of them. Plus, what is more frightening than coming back alive from the end of the world? I'm no stranger to suffering and torments. Humph, the old ghost scowled, showing his discontent towards Li Qie. Li Qie leisurely continued. Do you know the consequence of not being able to kill me? It's very simple. I will rise again. Don't forget, the ancient Ming is a big threat to the 9 worlds, but your burial ground is a looming danger as well. It's just not as clear as the ancient Ming. His eyes turned cold at this point. What do you think I will choose to do when the 9 worlds are facing 2 separate threats? Let me tell you, everything will change when it comes to that point. I will flip open your heavenly coffins and refine all of your corpses into an ultimate weapon, one capable of destroying the ancient Ming. This is called using the enemies against them. You! The old ghost was furious after hearing this and continued to assault the myriad realms with his torrential aura. Of course, this had no effect on Li Qie. He took his time responding. You understand the mysterious phrase about this place more than I do. Enter the heavenly coffin to obtain eternality. Awaken the corpse earth to achieve the everlasting blessing of the heavens. Because of this, what choice do you think I should make? The old ghost in the abyss endured. After all, Li Qie being here showed that he wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, like he had said, in order to kill a being with 4 grand completion physiques, they would have to pay a monstrous price if it was even possible. Their burial ground would become a battlefield. The old man calmed down and said, Aren't you overly confident with your claims? No one is capable of this since the start of time. But I, Li Qie, am capable. Li Qie said leisurely. I just need to drop my pride. Among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I can still rally some helpers, and as long as I am willing to pay the price, I can take down your burial ground and unearth your coffins. I will even suppress the heavens' will and go all out for 2 generations. At that point, am I capable yet to refine your corpses into an ultimate ancient Ming slaying weapon? At their particular level, words weren't sufficient as threats any longer. Li Qie wasn't just blustering or talking crazy. If he was willing, he could indeed do so by ignoring all scruples. That's how it is with the world, one must pay a heavy price for anything good. Li Qie said, Work with me and destroy the ancient Ming, or watch on the sideline, then I'll pick to destroy you first. It is no longer the same as before. Even though your group isn't as threatening as the ancient Ming right now, it is still a looming seed of danger. That is why I am here to express my attitude towards the current situation. Are you a threat or a friend to the 9 worlds? It is up to a single decision from you. Li Qie solemnly added. The old ghost took his time thinking in silence. A character of his stature didn't like being threatened by others. But indeed, the burial ground's fate was up to a single thought from him at this moment. You are right. Heavy prices must be paid. There are no free lunches in the world. Then what are you paying for this transaction? The old ghost finally asked. Chapter 1695. Li Qie smiled and responded to the old man's question. Yes, nothing is free in this world. I can give you the things that you absolutely crave. Ready? Wait until I come back triumphantly from the final battle. I shall pardon all of you and remove your punishments, allowing you to see the light again to stay in the 9 worlds with the myriad races. The old ghost's breath paused for a moment after hearing this. There was no doubt that this comment was truly tempting to the burial ground. This was their desire and longing. However, his blood didn't boil just yet with excitement. He calmly mused it through before speaking. What if you fail? You can only pray for my success then. If I were to fail, then all of you will stay in this dark river of time for virtually an eternity of bleak loneliness. You're only describing an illusionary oasis in the desert, not anything tangible. The old man said coldly. I won't deny that. Li Qie shrugged. Nevertheless, who else but I can even offer this so-called illusionary oasis? No one else is even qualified to do so. At the very least, my condition gives you a sliver of hope for the future. Otherwise, You all will continue to suffer in a pit of despair. Even hope would be an unreachable luxury. The old man had no response. Li Qia's words have struck his weak spot. What are you looking forward to? As long as the villainous heaven is around, you all will continue to be moving corpses, buried and rotting away in this place. No one remembers you anymore as time passed. As you can see, not even a strand of hope can be found in this place. That's why I bring hope, such a precious emotion, priceless, even. My strand of hope can illuminate your dejected burial ground and your lightless heart. The old ghost continued to be quiet. Thus, you can pick my side and I shall pardon your burial ground if I were to be successful in the future. Li Qie said solemnly. Otherwise, you all can keep on this hopeless path. In case of my victory in the future, all of you will continue to be trapped in despair, never seeing the sunlight again. The old ghost finally responded in an unruffled manner. Even if I were to agree to take action for the 9 worlds, there is only one opportunity for me to go outside. I won't be able to handle coming out several times. That's why you need to wait for the right moment and seize it all while delivering the fatal blow towards the ancient Ming. Li Qier elaborated. If they come out, there will be legions sweeping through the weaklings. However, if their overlords climb out too, I'm sure your avatar can handle them. Keep doing that and force the ancient Ming to go all out. When their old geezers arrive, the corporeal zone will come too. That's when you attack. The old man contemplated before finally answering. Very well, I accept. I shall appear at the perfect moment to settle it all. The old ghost chose to work together with Li Qiye since he had no other choice. Joining Li Qiye gave their burial ground a sliver of hope. Li Qiye was right. Hope was all too precious and hard to come by for their burial ground. One battle to settle it all. Perhaps your burial ground can even obtain the corporeal zone afterward. That would be incredible. Li Qiye smiled and told the old ghost. There was no response because the old man didn't care about this. If he were to fight, he must pay a monstrous price since he couldn't leave the burial ground. The worst-case scenario would be his death in the battle. But ultimately, the sliver of hope trumped all of the sacrifices. They could only pray for Li Qiye to win at the final battle so they could see the sun again. After finishing the arrangements, Li Qiye didn't wish to linger around. He said with a smile, I enjoyed our conversation today. The old ghost had no response. It wasn't enjoyable at all. This was a one-sided threat from Li Qiye. However, he was willing to accept the deal instead of worrying about trivial details. Li Qiye took 2 steps before turning back and said, Oh right, that brat on the cliff is not bad. Perhaps you should let him exchange for an entire generation. An exchange is necessary. There is no exception. I can't break the rule either. The old ghost said. I understand. Li Qiye shrugged. You just need to give him an opportunity. As for the particular price, that's up to him and his effort. He can wait for the underworld boat. The old ghost didn't make an exception because of Li Qiye. That's fine. I have created a red string for him with this. What happens next doesn't matter. How should I put this? Even though ionic geniuses are a bit questionable, if you could have a capable one, he will be very useful in the future war against the ancient Ming. This is beneficial for your burial ground. Li Qiye smiled and said. The old man didn't agree or refuse him. The abyss was silent. Li Qiye was too lazy to dwell on this matter. He turned and left coolly. In his eyes, he had done all he could. The world and its bullshits no longer had anything to do with him. During his trip, the grand Tao strands flowing down from the sky were gathering. In the last several days, they were quite conspicuous in the night sky. However, after their awakening, this magnificent scene disappeared. Baz! All of the world portals lit up after being abandoned for several tens of thousand years. The Black Dragon King had torn the heavens will apart after his fight with immortal Emperor Ta Kong. This started the difficult Tao era and the isolation of the 9 worlds. Everyone in the 9 worlds was excited to see the bright portals again. This meant that the 9 worlds were about to be reconnected and they were able to see a brilliant age again. Though this didn't mean that everyone was capable of inter-world traveling, this gave all cultivators hope. As long as they worked hard and gathered enough refined jades, they could go on an adventure in a different world. God Kings would no longer need to risk their lives by forcefully attacking the world walls. It was simply too risky. Yes. Stone Medicine World, brace yourself. I am coming to see whether your alchemists are better or me. An alchemist from Mortal Emperor laughed cheerfully. His eyes lit up thinking about an opportunity to compete against those from Stone Medicine. It is time for us charming spirits to show that myriad races that we are the favorite children of the heaven. A spirit from Heaven's spirit was eager to try while staring at the nearly opened gates. It is time to see the grand world. A genius from the ghost race felt his ambition burning in sacred nether. Of course, not everyone was optimistic. One from the last generation became worried. The 9 worlds are connected again. This might bring out an age of plundering. The experts and imperial lineages will take all the resources. The smaller sects have no chance at all. This particular sentiment was reasonable. For the smaller sects, they might not be able to gather enough refined jade for traveling, let alone thinking about plundering for resources in a different world. Only experts were able to travel as they please. At that point, imperial lineages would seize everything while the fire of war would spread to the smaller sections. Nevertheless, the young generation was excited and eager to try because it wasn't only about the world portals. The heaven's will was about to take form as well. Chapter 1696. Li Qi's destination after visiting the burial ground was not cleansing incense but Heavenguard. He was about to leave the 9 worlds, so he needed to prepare everything perfectly, especially towards the Legion that he had such high hopes for. He didn't wish for the Legion to fight again, but time had changed, leaving him no choice. Worldkeeper personally went to greet him. The old man bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Li Qi immediately helped him up and said, "Worldkeeper, you have followed me till old age, no need for such formality." After helping his master towards his seat, Worldkeeper said, "You must be here to say goodbye, Your Excellency." His expression turned gloomy after understanding that this might be Li Qi's last visit to Heavenguard. Li Qi nodded in response. "It's time for me to leave, so I'm here to say goodbye. Plus, I need to hand you a few things." Having said that, he took out an ocean of items for Worldkeeper. "This is a few resources I've gathered. The Legion can make use of them. Treat it as your military funding." This amount of treasures was astounding since it came from the ancestral Terra and soaring immortal. No other lineage could produce this shocking amount. Worldkeeper hurriedly responded, "I can't. You're about to leave and will have to face the emperors and gods above. This resource is needed for the incoming war. Our Legion still has many treasuries, enough to last for 1 to 2 generations even for wide-scale expeditions. No, I still have some reserves." Li Qi shook his head. "Plus, this treasury might not be useful above. And then, no one knows how long the war will last. Plan for the worst, at the very least. I don't want your Legion to be worrying about resources during times of war." "I thank you on our brother's behalf." Worldkeeper wasn't a long-winded person, so he solemnly accepted the gift. He understood Li Qi's personality too well. Li Qi then took out some powerful weapons. His mood was very serious this time, so he even used the pentagate to seal the area. In the end, even the lamp with the black flame was taken out. "Save these items for a rainy day." Li Qi gave these supreme artifacts to the true god. The true god was startled since he was knowledgeable and recognized them. "Your Excellency, other treasures might have limitation up there, but this lamp, it could sweep through any place and era, an item above immortal emperor true treasures. Even the people up there might not be able to create a more powerful item." "I know of its power." Li Qi nodded. "But I'm still leaving it here." Having said that, he gently sighed and even took out the Nether Emperor Hexagear launcher to hand it to Worldkeeper. "Take good care in keeping this item." "Your Excellency." Worldkeeper was astonished this time. He accepted the item with both hands and still felt hesitation. "You created this weapon to kill the Emperor and gods, and you need a deterring threat up there. I can't accept this. It's better if you keep it." "I want to as well, but someone with a great burden like you also knows that you might not only be facing the ancient Ming later. But just them alone is enough for me to worry." He paused for a moment before continuing. "They still have immortal emperors hiding. This is the thing that worries me the most. When the war starts, the ancient Ming will have no other choice but to go all out. That will bring an unimaginable disaster to the 9 worlds. The ancient Ming is indeed heaven-defying. Their emperors are still able to stay in the 9 worlds even after shouldering the heaven's will." The true god said with exasperation. "What can we do about it? Who can we blame for the fact that they have the corporeal zone?" Li Qi smiled wryly. Luckily, because of the heaven's will, despite hiding right now, they will have to avoid the villainous heaven the moment they come out. That's why they don't show themselves too easily due to the inevitable price. They're biding their time before going all out. Thus, they also need one decisive battle to settle it all. If these hiding emperors won't take risk, what is considered a ripe moment for them? The true god asked for clarification. He needed to understand many things since the responsibility to protect the 9 worlds was his in the future. If these emperors want to hide from the villainous heaven completely, they have to be able to master the corporeal zone. This is easier said than done. The minimum requirement is 12 emperors. Of course, it would be best if they all have grand completion immortal physique as well. Otherwise they can try reducing it. Xueqi said slowly. 12 emperors. True God's expression darkened. He naturally understood the significance behind this. 12 emperors existing at the same time would be extremely horrifying, even without the corporeal zone. No one could stop 12 emperors at the same time in the 9 worlds. Plus, no 2 emperors have been together, at least not in the 9 worlds. Just imagine 12. I wonder how many emperors are still hiding then? World Keeper became worried. Xueqi pondered for a bit before answering. Ancient Ming emperors also go up after receiving the heaven's will. However, they were hunted instantly. This is something the people up there are 100% adamant about. I have been up there several times and carefully analyzed it. There are still 9 emperors that haven't appeared from that race. Either they hid really well after coming up or they have been hiding in the 9 worlds. Regardless of the real situation, you need to prepare for the worst. 9 emperors. They are actually hiding 9. World Keeper took a deep breath and murmured. World Keeper knew full well just how terrible the race was from being their lifelong foe. However, he was still astounded by this revelation. 9 emperors were no joke. This was an earth-shattering news. That's the corporeal zone for you. Xueqi gently sighed. I've always wanted this item but never had the chance. Nevertheless, if the ancient Ming wants to rise again, they have to go back in full force. Otherwise, even if they were to reign again, they would still be hunted up above. In the past, they ran for their lives and only managed to run down here due to the corporeal zone. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated completely. They do not accept this. In their eyes, the 9 worlds are only their garden for them to recuperate. After sufficient preparation, they would suck everything from the 9 worlds, all resources. He sighed and said, so the ancient Ming still want to go up there. World Keeper murmured. Xueqi nodded. Yes, they have 2 choices right now. 1, to keep staying in the 9 worlds so they need more time to obtain 12 emperors. Or, they will utilize this chance to rush up to the 9 worlds during my ascension as well. Up there, they could gather 12 emperors in just 1 generation. If it reaches that level, they could indeed rise again. 12 emperors and the corporeal zone. That's also an unstoppable force up there. World Keeper said. Yes, once they have true control over the corporeal zone, it will indeed be very frightening. Even if the people up there work together, they would find it hard to suppress the ancient Ming. This race might even have the chance to fight the ultimate battle too. Xueqi commented. The true god was quiet and thought that the world didn't know just how terrible the ancient Ming was. Nevertheless, he happily said, it's fortunate that they have to avoid the heaven or the 9 worlds would really suffer. Not necessarily, even without needing to hide from the high heaven, the ancient Ming wouldn't be able to do much either. Our 9 worlds have produced so many emperors, so if all of them show up, they could gang up on the ancient Ming and make their teeth fall all over the ground. It was precisely the fact that they chose to hide that they were able to survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive up there even with the corporeal zone in the beginning, let alone making it down to the 9 worlds. Chapter 1697. The true god smiled wryly after hearing this. I really don't know whether the will of the high heaven is good or bad. Perhaps the powerful existences all curse this while regular beings treat it as their guardian and hope. The high heaven will not show empathy even if the regular beings reach that step. Otherwise, why do people need to try so hard every epoch? No one can escape their fate under the high heaven, hence the common adage, the will of the high heaven is unopposable. My fate is mine alone. Only the imperial level would worry about this problem. World Keeper brought up another common phrase used by powerful existences. especially immortal emperors. He gently sighed at this point since this wasn't his pursuit and question. His meaning of existence was to protect the 9 worlds and stop the ancient Ming. So Your Excellency, you went to the Heavenly Corpse burial ground to find an ally against the ancient Ming? Worldkeeper was still amazed at how Li Qie couldn't let go of the 9 worlds even when he was about to leave. Yes. Li Qie gently nodded. If the ancient Ming were to go all out, their emperors would come out too. Just the Azure Dragon Legion alone is not enough, so I had to invite that burial ground to join, hoping for one decisive battle. I'm afraid the ancient Ming won't fall for the same Gongyang trick again. Worldkeeper joked. No more schemes this time. The Lord of the Heavenly Corpse burial ground will personally take action. That's the only way. Even if we use trickery, it's not enough to wipe them out in full. Li Qie shook his head. It's a good thing that the ancient Ming fell into the trap back then and lost a considerable amount of forces, or we would have to pay an even bigger price. Worldkeeper said. That's true. I used the immortal demon grotto to bait the ancient Ming back then. They didn't prepare sufficiently, so the corporeal zone was suppressed, resulting in the great loss in several overlords. They didn't dare to come out again after that. Li Qie said with a smirk. You wanted to capture the corporeal zone and that item in the grotto at the same time. Alas, it didn't go as you wish. The two sides didn't annihilate each other. The ancient Ming knew that they have fallen into a trap after seeing the unfavorable situation, so they immediately retreated. At the same time, the grotto wouldn't let me watch and harvest the aftermath, so they purposely let the ancient Ming go. Not everything can go as you plan. It's fine to lose the 2 items. Li Qie chuckled. The story of Gongyang was told by Li Qie back then to Imp at Necropolis. He baited the ancient Ming into attacking the immortal demon grotto back then with the intention of obtaining the corporeal zone and the other treasure. The ancient Ming lost that battle. Even their emperor with the corporeal zone couldn't take the grotto down. This made it even harder for them to control the zone after losing several overlords. The true god felt regretful about how the event went. If the grotto didn't purposely let the ancient Ming run, that could have been the decisive battle that Li Qie wanted. Not paying a heavy price yet still able to capture both the grotto and the devious race on top of obtaining 2 eternal items. Despite the lack of a total success, this still laid the foundation for the immortal slaying war since the ancient Ming was weakened. Without this plan, the 9 worlds would have needed even more sacrifices to defeat the ancient Ming. Keep in mind that the wise sages of the 9 worlds worked together and still suffered heavy losses. Not too many actually survived the war. The myriad races had a force numbering at 100 million. However, less than 1 million had actually survived. One could easily imagine the grotesque brutality of the war. Li Qie sighed emotionally and said, The Legion has been resting after the war and I had no intention of bringing it back to the cruel battlefield. This was a big reason why in each generation, I would try to find the corporeal zone by searching all around. I hoped to personally finish the ancient Ming, but alas, I have failed because the ancient Ming learned from the previous massacre. Who would have thought that I would need to start with the Legion again, giving you the responsibility once more? Even though he was the ruler of the 9 worlds, there were things beyond his control. After the massacre, the ancient Ming with their corporeal zone knew that the moment they gave the smallest clue to their location, the greatest of armies would instantly come running. That's why they didn't recklessly take action and continued to hide. Li Qie kept on searching, but the corporeal zone made it impossible for him to uproot them completely. This is our mission, Worldkeeper solemnly said. Like you have said, you feel sorry for us. We cannot go to the other battlefields, but we must fight against the ancient Ming to the bitter end. That was your initial goal in forming the Legion, right? If they dare to show themselves again, we are responsible to keep on fighting until the death. You can't let go of the 9 worlds before leaving, still caring and working for it. So why can't we, its inhabitants, do the same? Worldkeeper sonorously stated. Li Qie could only sigh. This is all I can do. It is up to you all in the future and the 9 worlds itself. If I can't return, I hope everyone will work hard instead of relying on someone else to save them. There is no savior. No, in my eyes, you are the savior and the guardian of the 9 worlds. Worldkeeper disagreed. It doesn't matter how much the world fears and curses your name. No one had paid more attention to the 9 worlds than you in history. Who had paid a bigger price to keep it safe? No one. You toiled on and on not only to accumulate resources but to also stop the ancient Ming. Otherwise, you wouldn't have returned after coming to the 10th world. Others on to where, but I know full well. After Empress Hong Tian, you have trained enough emperors to sweep through the 13 continents, yet you still return to the 9 worlds. It is out of fear of the ancient Ming rising. You want to let them know that you are still guarding this area. Li Qie gently sighed and said, "That's in the past now. I used to go back and forth, but this generation is different. I might never be able to return. If I'm prepared sufficiently up there, then I shall begin the final expedition while swearing to never come back before victory." World Keeper became quiet, realizing that this was the last goodbye, and while His Excellency was so meticulous, Li Qie had never said goodbye to him before leaving the 9 worlds in the past. "Take care," Li Qie said. "Live on, the 9 worlds still need all of you to defend its last ray of dawn. You too, Your Excellency. May you return triumphantly." World Keeper kowtowed ceremoniously on the ground. Even though they were master-follower, they were also master and disciple. They have experienced moments of near-death together across the dark times and bloody battlefields. Today might be the final goodbye, which was why World Keeper chose such a grand and respectful gesture. Li Qie didn't lift World Keeper up this time and accepted the gesture. "Your Excellency, you should take Su Zhen with you. Even though she can't do anything at the moment, her blood is different from everyone else and worthy of further grooming. Perhaps she will be able to lend you a hand in the future," World Keeper said after standing up. Li Qie agreed. "I was going to take her even if you didn't say anything, since I have promised him and Mu Tian. Tell her to get ready at cleansing incense. Time is not waiting for us." "I shall." World Keeper nodded. World Keeper personally saw Li Qie out of Heaven Guard's entrance. After making some distance, Li Qie glanced back at the word Heaven Guard, and became disappointed for various reasons before leaving. Chapter 1698. Whoosh! In the last few days, the night sky in the 9 worlds was especially beautiful, with the occasional visual phenomena. Images of a phoenix would fly towards the horizon, engulfing the world in a royal aura as if the noblest of creature was about to be born. True dragons would also jump in the sky with their billowing aura. Before the primordial lord of beasts, everyone else felt as if they were little kittens. Resplendent totems would emerge with sun and moon together within. Stars would circle around the flowing galaxies. One could see the 3,000 worlds floating up and down. The power of the 9 worlds gathered with these visual images. It was omnipresent and everyone could sense it. This power reigned over the 9 worlds and the myriad realms. It came from the worlds yet didn't belong to them. It represented the high heaven, a reflection of its will. This was the heaven's will that had finished forming, just waiting for a new emperor to shoulder it. This was the state of the 9 worlds with the emergence of the heaven's will, filled with its awe-inspiring power. Both god-kings and emperor candidates felt insignificant before this power, no longer finding themselves invincible. Only by shouldering and controlling the heavens will would one reach true invincibility, able to smile proudly while strolling through a generation and capable of sweeping through the 9 worlds. This was the most tempting aspect about the heaven's will, the reason why so many experts and geniuses chased for it in order to reach the peak of this world. There was nothing greater than the heaven's will for all cultivators to pursue. Who will be accepted by the heaven's will in this generation? Older god-kings were envious at this sight. If they could pick again, they would pick the path for the heaven's will without any hesitation. Since they have seen its power before, they couldn't resist its temptation. Meanwhile, many geniuses were eager to try with boiling blood. They wanted nothing more than the heaven's will's recognition in order to embark on the path of the competition. The day couldn't come sooner for them while fantasizing about becoming an unbeatable emperor. With its emergence, the portals to the 9 worlds completely opened. The great powers began to take over these locations and sent their disciples to the other worlds in order to broaden their horizon. As for the smaller sects, they could only hand refined jades over so that they could teleport as well. Mortal Emperor World, here I come. This place full of talents shall be my next battleground. A genius from a different world excitedly claimed after entering Mortal Emperor. In a short time, many geniuses and even older experts from stone medicine, heaven spirit, and sacred nether rushed into Mortal Emperor. For outsiders, Mortal Emperor was a sure visit because many competitions in the past had been held here. I represent the Vajra world to take on the heroes of the worlds. My first stop shall be Mortal Emperor. Their supreme geniuses shall taste defeat by my hands. A monk from Vajra powerfully declared. I, Sacred Supreme, from the Western Bull world, challenge all the aspiring candidates of mortal emperor. I don't care if it is one-on-one or everyone together since the throne is mine. An unstoppable genius from Western Bull immediately challenged everyone during his first visit to mortal emperor. More and more experts came in droves to mortal emperor. Everyone was ready to challenge the local geniuses. Of course, some were very reasonable and stood on the sideline to watch, waiting to see who the real rivals were. The monk from Vajra and Sacred Supreme from Western Bull's blatant challenge was unanswered by mortal emperor. No one actually bothered to respond. The foreign geniuses found the lack of response astounding. Does your world not have any geniuses or something? Look at how unbearable these two are, but no one wants to take them on? A cultivator from Vajra quickly made friend with someone from mortal emperor. He asked with curiosity. The mortal emperor cultivator leisurely responded, "Oh? That. No big deal. They're only ants compared to fiercest from our world. Not worth mentioning. Fiercest doesn't care for such weaklings, so the other young people don't need to interfere either. No one wants to steal his thunder." Ants? Impossible. The Vajra cultivator couldn't help but shout. Do you know how strong that monk is? He had never lost before since his Tao debut and had even once tore a god king to pieces with his bare hands. His cultivation is unfathomable while his defense is impervious. Oh, is that so? That's an impressive tale. Not a bad topic to talk about. The mortal emperor cultivator was still as nonchalant as ever. That's it? Only worth talking about? The Vajra cultivator was unconvinced and said, Then how strong is your fiercest? 13 palaces, 4 grand completion immortal physiques, annihilated soaring immortal, sacrificed 4 imperial princes with their own grand completion immortal physique, killed an emperor rival, completely unbeatable. To which his friend calmly recalled each of fiercest's miraculous feat. There were simply too many. 13 palaces? 4 grand completion immortal physiques? What? No one can accomplish these things in the world. The Vajra cultivator shouted again. But nothing is impossible for fiercest. His achievements are well known in these parts. He is the miracle creator. Other geniuses are only trash before him. The mortal emperor cultivator flatly replied. Soaring immortal is that legendary sect with 5 emperors? The Vajra cultivator swallowed his saliva and asked. The mortal emperor cultivator glanced at him and said, Who else dares to have that name outside of that sect in this world? But they are an imperial lineage with 5 emperors that has stood strong for generations. The Vajra cultivator didn't dare to believe of soaring immortal's destruction. Its prestige was simply too illustrious in the 9 worlds. It still collapsed before fiercest. Its 4 imperial princes were sacrificed and even imperial queen Ren Xian was killed. Her scream echoed across the plains. Another matter-of-fact statement was made. Imperial princes and queen. The Vajra cultivator felt his mouth becoming dry. For him, these were untouchable and virtually unbeatable existences, yet they were still killed by this fiercest? He didn't dare to speak again. As more people poured into mortal emperor, more heard about the tales of fiercest. They were unconvinced at first, but soaring immortal's destruction robbed them of their ability to speak. Even the imperious monk and sacred supreme from the other 2 worlds were speechless. Their expression became solemn. Fiercest? Is that Xueqi? Some cultivators from Stone Medicine, Sacred Nether, and Heaven Spirit were stunned to hear this all too familiar name. How many fiercest can there be in this world? That's him. Cultivators from Mortal Emperor told them. Damn it! We were confused about his sudden disappearance. So he has been here at Mortal Emperor? That's the Reaper for you, killing imperial lineages like pigs wherever he goes. So merciless. Those who were aware of fiercest's battle record blurted out. The ones from these 3 worlds were curious about his whereabouts. So it turned out that he had returned to Mortal Emperor. Meanwhile, Cleansing Incense was busy receiving guests such as Lan Yunzhu, Long Jingxian, Jian Wushuang. The sect became lively instantly with carriages and people everywhere. Some fans even came to have a glimpse of fiercest. Chapter 1699. The first to arrive was Lan Yunzhu. She smiled happily after seeing Xueqi. Wow, uncle, I didn't expect that you were hiding so many beauties here. What is this about hiding? I'm clearly doing it in the open. That's why I told you. Your looks alone can barely qualify to be my bed-warming maid. Li Qie said flatly. Less daydreaming. Yunju coquettishly blurted while clawing at him like a young girl. Of course, Li Qie was unperturbed. Yunju was the hottest topic in sacred nether at the moment, the goddess in so many young experts' mind, the lover in their dream. Alas, she was only a jovial and normal girl before him. Since you are here, get ready. Li Qie said. Yes, I will follow you wherever. Yunju answered directly this time without putting up a show. Long Jingxian and Jian Wushuang came right after to the sect. Wushuang was always quiet but Jingxian immediately chattered it up. Ugly Qie, I'll suppress you now. This was her greeting towards him. You alone? Too inexperienced and weak. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Jingxian didn't refute and immediately opened her fate palaces. 12 appeared neatly above her head, full of authority and immortal energy. Anyone else would be shocked at this sight due to the rarity of this achievement even across the long trek of time. Li Qie wasn't surprised at all and nodded. You're finally successful with the 12 palaces. But it is still not enough. Your Tao foundation is steady while leaving no room for criticism. More polishing will make it more perfect. Li Qie expected this because she had a natural immortal fate. Such a peerless constitution was even rarer than 12 palaces. After starting over, Jingxian indeed worked hard and her effort didn't betray her. She broke through her own limits and obtained the 12 palaces. Are you going to die just by praising me a little bit? Jingxian unhappily said. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate them since you told me to destroy my foundation back then to start over. Do you know how painful this was? I suffered so much, not being able to leave the house. She hastily complained due to her dissatisfaction with his reaction. Of course, it was indeed harder for her since she already had 11 palaces in the past. Others would never want to start over given that situation. Amazing indeed. Keep trying. Maybe you will become a second monster just like immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. Li Qie nodded and smiled. You're not even trying. She was still annoyed with his lackluster and half-hearted praise and snorted. However, her mood changed quickly and she smiled to ask. But I'm a benevolent person anyway and won't hold it against you. Tell me, are there any fun places in Mortal Emperor so I can go have some fun? It's been a while. Li Qie glanced dismissively at her. Fun? It's about time to go up above. All of you need to work harder. Shuangyin's group is practicing the Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation right now. All of you will join them. Your talents will be helpful and everyone will be participating in the future to control this formation. Li Shuangyan has always been interested in formations. She was quite gifted in this aspect, so he left her in charge and told the rest of the girls to help. More cultivation. Jingxian scowled after hearing this. Li Qie replied. You think we're going up there to sightseeing? If you want to be an ant, fine, since all ants are similar anyway regardless of the location. But if you want to stand at the peak, that place is even crueler than the 9 worlds. Even emperors are hunted up there. In that place, they still keep on training to be stronger, so why can't you do the same? Got it, fine. We'll go so you can stop yapping like an old woman. She still agreed despite showing some reluctance. Watch her. Li Qie told Jian Wushuang. This girl was arrogant but she was much more mature compared to Jingxian who only wanted to play. Wushuang simply nodded. Next was Ming Yeshue who stepped forward. She spoke softly before Li Qie. Are we really going up there? The elders from the beast world are worried. Rumor has it that only emperors can go up there. This wasn't just a personal trip for her because the entire beast world was going to follow her too with Li Qie. That's the past, no longer the case now. Li Qie said flatly. If I have agreed with those old geezers, then I have absolute confidence and have prepared well enough. But the question is your Bayan beast world ready? What you will face is much more complicated up there. We're ready. She nodded. Of course, I can't guess how strong our opponents will be, but our beast world will accept all challenges under our best state. The elders said that this is our only chance so we'll go all out. Very well. Tell them that it won't just be the pressure from emperors and gods. There will be many existences who want a bite of something as useful as the beast world in the 10th world. Li Qie said slowly. I understand. She nodded seriously. The elders have told her that the 10th world was a place always surging forward with great momentum on top of being merciless. She left after several days at cleansing incense because she was different from Jian Wushuang and the others. She was responsible for the beast world too, so she had more to prepare. With the arrival of the girls, Li Qie began his plan to go up to the 10th world. He sent a message to the Blood Bull God Fiends group as well. The first to come was the South Emperor, Gu Gua. He gave the feeling of returning to the origin this time to be part of nature. Others would find it difficult to spot him standing there. That's an Eonic genius for you. Your cultivation has risen considerably this time. It would be difficult for you to not become an immortal monarch with such talents and Dao heart. Li Qie had to praise. Gu Gua smiled naturally without any trace of complacency. It is thanks to your guidance, sacred teacher. Without it, I would only be searching blindly in the dark. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Without your talents and determination, my guidance wouldn't have necessarily been useful. Gu Gua replied. You are surely going all out this time. I heard the weapons above are different than the ones in our 9 worlds. Should I change my weapon? Li Qie explained. They are different indeed, but your sky piercer is different. It's not a conventional soul-bound true treasure. You can just bring it, no need to change. There are still similarities between the worlds. A few weapons from the 9 worlds are still usable and completely unaffected, such as the Declivity Mountain Bell and Heaven Sealing Pentagate. That's good. Gu Gua said, I've used this weapon for more than half my life and I love it. It would be difficult adapting to a new one. Li Qie smiled. Get ready to go all out. With your talents, you will be the first among us to become an immortal monarch. No one is more qualified than you to seize the heaven's will. Let the geniuses in the 10th world see the style of a peerless genius from the 9. Take down their arrogance. Thank you for your blessing, sacred teacher. I will not disappoint you. Gu Gua remained composed and smiled. An Eonic genius is not just in name. With enough perseverance and sticking to the right path, your future will be boundless. It is a shame that most of you are too arrogant, thinking that your talent alone is enough to sweep through everything. Such brittleness. That's the reason why so many of your peers have fallen. Li Qie commented. Gu Gua sighed after hearing this. This was the case for him too in the past. Who wouldn't be arrogant being an Eonic genius? At this particular level, any youth would look at others with disdain and thought that they wouldn't need to rely on anyone. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.